While to get settled and signed in and everything, and then we'll get started here in just a couple of minutes.
Just so you folks know, we are live on YouTube now.
Morning, John. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started today. At first, I'd like to welcome everyone. I'm Rebecca Harper, the Executive Director for Lake County Farm Bureau, and I want to thank you all for taking the time to educate yourself about local agricultural issues and learn more about the candidates running for district supervisor in Districts 1, 4, and 5. For those that may not know, the Lake County Farm Bureau is a grassroots nonprofit organization that has been advocating for agriculture in this area since 1923. We recently celebrated our 100th anniversary as an organization last summer. Our positions on policy issues come from our 300 local members, families, and businesses. If you believe in agriculture, you should belong to the Farm Bureau. So just a couple of housekeeping items. We do have snacks and waters around the room. There's also a sign-in table up here at the front of the room. There are note cards if you'd like to submit questions via note card. Also, if you grabbed a question guideline sheet, on the back of your sheet is a QR code that you can scan to submit questions via Google Form as well. So, additionally, the restrooms are straight out this door and to the right. And so with that, our local Farm Bureau does not endorse any candidates. Our goal is to hold an informative and respectful event. Candidates will each be given 3 minutes for an opening statement and 1 minute for a closing statement. 5 prepared questions will be asked as time allows over the next 2 hours. Each candidate will receive 2 minutes to respond. We will rotate which candidate answers the question first, starting on this end with Scott Barnett. To keep us on time, our timekeeper will hold up a 15-second sign indicating that you have 15 seconds remaining to answer your question. When your time has concluded, she will hold up a stop sign. This is our timekeeper over here, Erin, so she'll wave you down if you're over time. Questions from the audience, as I mentioned, can be submitted via note card or by scanning the QR code. These questions will be screened for repetition and other factors. Additionally, this event is being live streamed on PEG TV and will be posted on Lake County Farm Bureau's YouTube account. I'd like to give a big shout out and thank you to our folks from PEG TV who are helping us live stream and record this event today. Yay. And also to our hosts here at Mendocino College who've provided such a welcoming environment for our event. So before we begin, I hope we can all agree that being a candidate for public office is very difficult. Our democracy depends on having people willing to take time away from their families and careers to participate in an election. On behalf of Lake County Farm Bureau, we want to thank all of our candidates for their willingness to run and for their service to our community. Thank you all. With that, we'll go ahead and get started with opening statements, and we'll start down here with Scott Barnett.
All right. So my name is Scott Barnett, and I'm a third generation Lake County resident. My son, who is also the fourth generation, is planting his roots here and has bought his first home and is starting his first family. My family's been a part of this community for many years, operating businesses and building many of the buildings that we call home today. I have spent years trying to make Lake County a better place to live and work by volunteering in my community. I volunteered on the high school boosters for 6 years. I worked for a nonprofit called the NorCal High School Cycling League, which brought, for the last 8 years, and which brought mountain biking to Lake County. I've also proudly served on the City of Lakeport Planning Commission for the last 3 years. I'm here today because I feel it's time for change. I think Lake County is one of the last jewels of Northern California, and I'm tired of politicians running our county and telling us how we get to do business. I'm tired of people not being accountable for their actions and not being available to the people they serve. I'm not a politician, I'm just a citizen and a taxpayer just like you. I want to see a supervisor who works for the people again, and I want to be that person. I was one of the first candidates to make my phone number public in the record be because I believe it's time for anyone to be able to get a hold of their district supervisor at any time. Just don't call me after 7 o'clock though, because I might get in trouble. I don't have a fancy committee or backed by any public interest group. I also don't have a campaign office and have been a nonpartisan voter for the last 20 plus years. It's just me. And I feel I'm about as Lake County as it gets and would be proud to be your District 4 supervisor. Thank you.
Perfect. Next, we'll move to Laura McAndrew Samuel for her introduction.
Thank you, Rebecca. My name is Laura McAndrew Samuel. I'm the CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce, and I am running for District 4 Supervisor because I love Lake County. My diverse background in human resources management, economic development, and healthcare administration give me the broadest experience by far of the other candidates. My background equips me with the ability to know about strategic planning. I have those abilities. I have business development skills and a very deep commitment to community well-being, which provides with the ideal foundation to be a supervisor on the board of Lake County. As a resident for almost 20 years, I have raised a family here. I've started a business here. I've worked for small business and large corporations here. I also currently serve on a number of nonprofit boards, including the Lake County Economic Development Corporation, the Rotary Club of Lakeport, the Lake County Arts Council. I'm on the steering committee for the Blue Zones, project. I'm also a member of the Sutter Lakeside Hospital Community Advisory Committee, among others, not to mention the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. So my work with all of these agencies really illustrates my ability to be a collaborator, a connector, and an innovator. I am an agent of positive change with a commitment to transparent and inclusive government. I will foster collaboration between residents, businesses, and local stakeholders to enhance the overall well-being of our district, because together and only together can we work towards sustainable development, improved infrastructure, and resilient policies to positively impact the lives of those in District 4 and Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next, we will move to Chris Reed for his introduction.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Chris Reed. I'm going to kind of freestyle this today because I think it's going to come across a little clearer if I do it. So I didn't grow up here. I've been here 10 years. I was a former elementary teacher in the area. I enjoyed serving the community. But growing up in Southern California, moving here, it was kind of a culture shock at first. This is different than Southern California. But growing up in Southern California, I did see like what works, and being here, like the lake is a major asset of this area. And as I began to know the area, the lake is something I fell in love with. It's what made me be able to be here, because it was hard at first. Growing up, surfing my whole life, being here, it was different to me. But once I got a love for the lake, had a wake boat, started to appreciate the area. I started to understand that this area, and understanding the history of the area, we were once a destination here. When I was a teacher, I learned that this area is it's socioeconomically depressed. Students, I could tell you many sad stories about the students I worked with. There's not much to do here. And it was a more economically better area when the lake was alive, when there was people out there. How many times have any of you that do have boats been out on the lake and there's no one out there? That's a problem because any economy, you survive on the local economics, but you also need people to come in. This is a tourist area, and I don't see this area ever improving unless you improve the tourism industry in this area. So one day I bought a house on the lake a few years ago. I've thought about the problems here for a long time, and as it was a magical year when we got water last year. Me and my kids went fishing every day. We went out, and as the summer went on, the water dropped so much, I started to look into it. Why did the water drop so much? It's a huge change for the biggest natural lake in California. And as I looked into it, I've heard rumblings that Yolo County wants to take more water. I actually haven't found hard proof. I've been actually asked this question by another organization about this. So I think it should go the other way. So that's what got me down this journey to run for supervisor. I actually want to make a change. I have a background in economics. I studied in school, financial accounting. I worked for a CPA firm with a homeless shelter. So I do have a background in some sort of helping a community, that sort of thing. I also was an elementary school teacher. Sadly, they don't pay enough. That's why I don't do it anymore.
And that is your time. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to Brad Rasmussen.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Brad Rasmussen, and I'm the Chief of Police in the City of Lakeport. For over 34 years, I have lived in Lake County and dedicated my life to serving the public through law enforcement, government, and nonprofit community benefit organizations that include the Elks Club, the Lions Club, and the Kiwanis Club. During the past over 13 years as police chief, I've also served concurrently on the City of Lakeport's emergency management team, as well as their executive management team, which works with the City Council to run the needs of the city. I have government training and experience working under emergency and complex conditions like no other candidate. My commitment has always been to prioritize the people. I have extensive knowledge of Lake County and the challenges we face now and into the future. I'm a candidate with decades of government experience and can be immediately effective. My priorities include public safety, economic and community development, and transparency and accountability. Education, livable wages, and business opportunities are critical to the success of our county. I want to get projects done for the people. I married my wife, Karen, of 32 years here in Lakeport, and we raised 2 daughters who attended our local public schools. The older has gone on to multiple degrees and is now a doctor at Bellevue Hospital in Manhattan. Our younger daughter is now counseling autistic children in the Bay Area. I care about you, the people, and want to continue to work with you and hear your ideas and concerns as we strive to make positive change and shape a brighter future for our community. Let's work together for Lake County and build a community we're all proud to call home. Your support is crucial, and your vote for me will result in my commitment to carry out those missions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now be moving to our first question on the prepared questions list. The question is, and we will start with Laura. The County Planning and Building Department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It's difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem from your perspective?
Thank you, Rebecca. So I have met with the Director of Community Development the Community Development Department, or CDD, which is where planning and building happen in that department. I am happy to report that Mireya has brought on a principal planner and has her leadership team in place for the first time in many years in that department. She also focuses a great deal on training her planners. A lot of the planners in that department they're just beginning, they're just starting in their careers as planners, and she acknowledges that that's one of the reasons why there's been so many delays in so many of the permits. She also has recently been approved to have a program available to her, and they're going to start the implementation of this program called OpenGov. And OpenGov is a web-based program that will allow people that want to apply for permits or start projects, that will allow them to do that either online or even in person, but then you can log in and see where your permit is in the process and be able to sort of navigate that whole process. Quick example of a business I worked with, he didn't understand that he was getting a use permit change, but that he still needed a building permit. And I think that this program will help people really understand what is next in the process. Also, understanding that CDD doesn't handle all of the permits for agriculture, for example, if you need a well or something like that. So there are other agencies involved with that. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. We'll move to Chris, and I will reread the question. The county planning and building department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It's difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem from your perspective?
So this isn't a Lake County problem, this is a California problem. So all we could do is help the residents of Lake County. So we need to streamline the permitting process. We can do that by education and outreach. Reach out to the Farm Bureau, give the resources to them. We could appoint a dedicated liaison within the county, a person that you go to ask these questions, and they're educated on this. Dedicate the resources so it is easier for if you don't know how to do it, you go to that person and they can give you a straightforward answer on that. Policy review. Is our policies within the county, are they straightforward? Are they making sense? Collaboration with the community. What works, what doesn't work? And performance metrics. So that kind of goes with everything. You reevaluate what's working and what's not, and you change things within that with what the data tells you. So that's what I see fixing the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We'll move to Brad. And again, the question reads, the county planning and building department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It is difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem from your perspective?
Thank you, Rebecca. And I've heard some of those complaints and concerns myself. First, I want to state that it is the job of the county and its departments to conduct the public's business and assist them in navigating the government system in a clear manner. I do not want to hear about people leaving frustrated with county departments. I want to hear that they left feeling like they received excellent service. In the case of farmers and ranchers, we're already at a situation where sometimes, even on an ag exempt project, that they might have to still go through 4 different county departments for different aspects depending on what it is. So it's already frustrating and difficult. But farmers, ranchers, and rural residents need to get permits in a timely manner without delay. Their businesses and lives depend on a clear and efficient process. I have had a long-term working relationship with the current director of the Community Development Department, Mireya Turner. I've worked with her for over 8 years in government, and she's a person I can work with on complex issues, and we have many times over the years. The current planning department data system, as Laura mentioned, does need to be updated, and it is being updated to OpenGov. I'm familiar with that system because it's used by the city of Lakeport and the city of Clear Lake. It's going to have a better public interface for the community when they're applying for permits. The other good thing is because all the jurisdictions are using it, the public's going to see similar things when they go from the county to the city. Also, I am aware that they have increased staffing over the past year in that department. They've also significantly increased training, and they've got numerous higher level staff that now have different certifications. So I believe that's all going to be beneficial to help.
And that is your time. Thank you, Brad. We will now move to Scott. Scott, would you like me to reread the question?
No, I'm good.
Perfect.
So we need to streamline the process to keep projects flowing and to stay in our county. It shouldn't take multiple years to get a building or a use permit. For example, it took the pumpkin patch almost 2 years just to get their use permit heard at the planning department. That's just ridiculous to me. I know from personal experience that there is a lot of departmental change over the projects and projects get lost in the process. I had a project in secret review just recently that changed hands 3 times in 5 months before it finally being given a negative declaration and then sent to state clearinghouse. I mean, to me, it's just ridiculous. Another one of my pet peeves is when I get a project through Department of Water Resources and try to take it over to community development for a secret review. I have to get copies from DWR and a parcel map from the assessor's office to give to community development because they don't share files with each other. Again, I think it's just crazy. There are a lot of great people that work in these departments, but they are not being used to the best of their abilities. As a supervisor, I would work to remove the barriers of communication and document sharing between these departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We will now move to our second of the prepared questions, and we will begin with Chris. The question reads, water availability and accessibility is a concern for all water users. The success of the agriculture industry heavily depends on reliable and affordable water sources. What will you do to ensure that agricultural water users continue to have access to surface water and groundwater?
So I looked into this. Some of the things the county's doing already is working. Aquatic plant management, aids to navigation, groundwater monitoring, flood management, lake bed management. They manage the Highland Springs recreation area, stormwater management, surface water quality monitoring. So those are some of the things they currently do. But a few things that when it's freezing, I've been asked the question having to do with the hitch. Should we be allowed to pump? Yes, you guys should be allowed to pump if it's freezing. I don't think that it is in the percentage of the times that's going to happen to the percentage of times that would be detrimental to the hitch. I think it's more economically feasible to be able to pump when the ground's freezing or the air. Water resources like the lake, groundwater, we need to go the other way. They shouldn't take, Yolo County shouldn't take more water. We should keep more water. It shouldn't go to 2 feet. I think it should be revised. There's been talk of it being revised for, you can look up research. Nothing's ever actually been done about it. Definitely going into that. Saving Lake Pillsbury. There's talks of the groundwater for the cannabis industry up there will be affected if that lake is gone. There'll be no beaver dams to hold back the water, so that'll be something that needs to be looked at as well. So those are some of the things that I see to help with those issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to Brad. Brad, would you like me to reread the question?
No,
Okay.
thank you. Water issues, including groundwater, our aquifers, and surface water, which includes our lakes and streams, all come into play when talking about water. These are very complex problems that involve many interests, and they are not often easy to solve or understand. We're still working on concerns with the health of Clear Lake, less water in the streams, and not understanding everything we need to know about our aquifers, which in Lake County we have 3 types of aquifers: alluvial, plain, fractured rock, and lava field. We know very little about 2 types of those aquifers. We need water to sustain people, wildlife, fish, tourism, recreation, and agriculture. To further develop, we need to find a balance for sustainable water for all our needs in the future. I would resolve and improve on this issue by being engaged in understanding the concerns of all of our stakeholders, and also relying on science and experts in the field and building relationships to find the right balance. I've been studying this issue and talking to experts. I recently attended the Farm Bureau Hitch presentation. It is clear to me that there's much we don't know scientifically about the hitch or the current water situation in our county. We need to look at science, not assumptions, to guide us in making decisions regarding water. We're facing groundwater use monitoring, and there are concerns about curtailment in the future. Water is crucial to our community and economy, and I don't want to see unnecessary impacts on agriculture. Businesses. Ag needs to be a priority here, and as a Board of Supervisors, we need to work together with community stakeholders. As your supervisor, I will engage with scientists and elected officials to ensure that our ag continues to have water. I would be committed to making good decisions, and your vote for me commits me to those. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And now we will move to Scott. Scott, would you like me to reread the question?
No, that's okay. So this is largely a state level issue, but I would fight for the agricultural community to retain their water rights and help them keep their deeded rights that came with their land to begin with. Again, I believe that we need to clean out all the non-native vegetation that is clogging our waterways. And we also need to remove the silt dams that have been creating all the mouths of every creek that feeds Clear Lake. Of all this non-native species of vegetation that are sucking water right out of the ground and contributing to water tables being lowered and wells struggling to recover in late summer months when agriculture is most needs it. It's also not allowing the native wildlife to freely move up and down the creeks and waterways. Lastly, it's causing creeks to back up and flood in the winter months, causing damage to roads and land. I remember when I was a kid, the state used to pay a guy named Henning Lindenblad to keep Scotts Creek clear of all the debris and saplings when the creek was dry in the summertime, so it would flow freely in the winter. Now we do nothing. We need to work with Fish and Game to find a happy medium to solve this before it gets any worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We will now move to our third question of the prepared questions.
Would you like me to talk about the second question?
Oops, sorry, Laura.
Yeah.
My bad.
I mean, if you want to skip it, no.
Skip. Yeah, you got Uno skipped. Excuse me. We will now move to Laura to answer our second question of the prepared questions, which reads, water availability and accessibility is concern for all water users. The success of the agriculture industry heavily depends on reliable and affordable water sources. What will you do to ensure that agricultural water users continue to have access to surface water and groundwater?
Thank you, Rebecca. I did not want to miss this opportunity to express how committed I am to our farmers and everything that our agricultural community does to produce our food. When I did Ag Venture back in 2022, I was struck by the thought that if you wear clothes and eat food, you love farmers. So with that, I would like to see water availability provided to our farmers, balance with sustainability and climate change resiliency. I think those are very important concepts that we need to keep in mind. We do have the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan in place, and there is a county-appointed advisory council that is in charge of that. They tried to meet recently, but there weren't enough people there to hold the meeting, unfortunately. So that group is already managing the groundwater in the Big Valley. I do agree that we also have some concerns with what's happening in Scotts Valley and keeping those creeks clear of debris so that the water can run more freely. And I know that there are some deep concerns with the watershed there. So all of these things come into play together, as far as pumping water for frost protection and that kind of thing. I think we need to find that balance between what's right for the farmers and what's right for the environment. Those two things have to align with each other. So, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And again, my apologies for skipping
Quite all
over
right.
you. We will now move to the third question of the prepared question, and we will begin with Brad. The question reads, the agricultural industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in California. What can be done at the local level to keep existing agricultural operations in business and encourage new agricultural growth in Lake County?
Thank you, Rebecca. First of all, I just want to state that I am an associate member of the Farm Bureau, and I did attend the California Women in Ag Venture this past year. I learned the importance of ag in our community, state, and country. And agriculture is, in fact, one of the most regulated industries in our state. Rules are often duplicative, conflicting, uncoordinated, inflexible, inconsistently administered, or burdensome. State regulations sometimes even hinder the objectives they're trying to achieve. In California, not only ag, but other professions see similar overregulations that don't allow us to accomplish our mission that the state and the people expect. I have significant experience dealing with this. California ag is actually the most heavily regulated in the country out of all of our states. Some estimates that it's costing our farmers and ranchers in California over $2 billion a year to comply with all of the state regulations. We must work closely with our Lake County ag and do what we can on a local level to make it easier for businesses to continue to operate, expand, and for additional ag to prosper. We must support the current school ag programs and assist with starting more. Continue community education on ag, as well as support and attend more ag events. We must work with the Ag Advisory Committee and make sure ag voices are heard as we're going into the update for the new area plan and general plan. That's going to be significant. We must keep ag areas as ag areas and not put burdens in their way. This is an area where we must again be engaged with our legislature to let them know the impacts that have locally on our ag. As your supervisor, I will work to support ag in all of these ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move to Scott to answer this question. The question reads, the agricultural industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in California. What can be done at the local level to keep existing agricultural operations in business and encourage new agricultural growth in Lake County?
So I grew up in a time when it seemed like everyone's dad was a pear farmer, and Kelseyville was the pear capital of the world. Now Scotts Valley and Big Valley and Upper Lake are all a shadow of what it once was. I would really like to not see it get any worse than what it is. Perhaps we need to help farmers find new crops to replant empty lands with. Maybe help promote more agritourism to create growth in the smaller, more crop diversified farms that offer up things like farm stay experiences and offer fresh produce. Farmers have traditionally always had to wear 2 or 3 different hats to keep things going for their farm and their families. I would like to try to help them expand on some of these ideas that won't have to take second jobs in addition to taking care of their farms. Another idea might be to develop an apprenticeship program, maybe working with the local FFA to inspire more young people to get into farming. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We will now move to Laura. Laura, would you like me to repeat the question?
I think I'm good. Thank you so much. So I attended the Board of Supervisors meeting in which Catherine Vanderwall, the Agricultural Commissioner for Lake County, presented the 2022 crop report. And in that report, I saw that, pears and walnuts went down in a little bit in yield and price. Wine grapes were extraordinarily successful, and vegetable crops had a 20% increase in what their yield was. It wasn't a lot, it was 9 acres, but it was up 20% from the year previous. So I think we have an opportunity here. You know, of course, we want our pears and walnuts to be successful. I don't know that any new pear and walnut orchards are being planted right now. So if there's an opportunity there to, you know, to help farmers do that. A lot of our regulations, as mentioned before, are at the state level. We don't have a lot of county ordinance regulations that that impact farmers. I looked up, we have a couple of ordinances on things like, you know, the grapevine moth and insect trapping and organic certification. But other than that, everything else really is at the state level. So we have perhaps an opportunity to encourage, perhaps even incentivize farmers to produce more vegetable crops. I think that could sort of feed into what Bruno Sabatier has started with his Food Policy Advisory Council in getting locally produced produce to Lake County families. So perhaps there's even a distribution type of situation that we could
Thank you,
get
Laura.
in.
That is your
Okay,
time.
great, thank you.
We'll now move finally for question 3 to Chris. And the question reads, the agricultural industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in California. What can be done at the local level to keep existing agricultural operations in business and encourage new agricultural growth in Lake County?
So of course we need to support local farming, invest in infrastructure development. But I want to focus on one area, which kind of goes with my whole stance on my campaign. I work in Sonoma County with the wine industry currently in my current job. I have an understanding of the wine industry. If the lake is the biggest asset here, if you live in Sonoma County, many areas have a draw outside their county. But why would someone from Sonoma County, Napa come here? There are some few wineries. The Mercantile, I know people from Sonoma County that come to the Mercantile. They're doing a good job there. Boutique, I used to recommend that all the time, but to my understanding, they sold all their boats but 2, so that's kind of sad. But the lake's an asset. If you bring people in, the tourism industry improves. They're going to do other things besides the lake. Wine club members are a big draw for wineries. If people are coming here, they come here every year. If it's a tourist industry, they're going to go to the wineries. So that aspect of agriculture is going to be improved by improving the economic status of the lake, cleaning the lake shores where people are going to actually hang out on the lake like they did historically. I mean, the lake's clean if you go to the middle, but not everyone has an access to the boat. I talked to someone the other day. Why they don't come to Lake County anymore? Because they have kids. They don't want to sit on the beach where there's like sludge on the shores of the beach. But look at old pictures. There was hundreds of people on the shores of the beach, and it's not that anymore. You improve that, you improve everything in the community overall, including the agriculture industry, especially like wineries, wine club members. All of that would go up, in my opinion. So that's kind of my stance on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to our 4th question, and we'll once again begin with Scott. The question reads, this next question is a general government question. Explain to us the different revenue sources for Lake County government. Are there any taxes or fees you will attempt to raise or lower if you are elected?
Well, I can tell you, I don't want to raise taxes at all. I think we already have the resources here to not have to do this in the first place. I feel the county needs to hold on to the South Main Street Soda Bay Road area. It's historically one of the largest sales tax revenues areas in the county. And I feel we could encourage other companies to come here due to Lake County being one of the lowest sales tax rates in the state. Bed tax is down to less than $1 million last year, and a big part of that is due to the county using local hotels and motels as temporary housing. This needs to stop. This has given our district a black eye in tourism for places to stay and no collection of bed tax at all. Even if we stop right now, it will take years for the tourism to recover, but it needs to happen. I also feel that Lake County should have been helping Konocti Harbor right from the beginning with reduced permit fees and temporary lowered property taxes to help get them up and running. Cannabis is also Cannabis tax is also down to less than $2 million last year. The county has heavily regulated cannabis growers with canopy and distribution taxes, along with low crop prices, lengthy and expensive permit process. They are leaving our county for the Central Valley where taxes are cheaper and the process is easier. The problem is now is that our county has become dependent on cannabis tax. Though now we need to keep the remaining ones here. This is a time for us to work together to find paths to increase tax revenue through increased tourism rather than increasing taxes on the local people. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We will now move to Laura to answer this question. The question reads, the next question is a general government question. Explain to us the different revenue sources for Lake County government. Are there any taxes or fees you will attempt to raise or lower if you are elected?
So a lot of taxes that we pay here in Lake County are actually controlled by the state, and many are fixed due to voter decisions. The only taxes that are actually controlled by the Board of Supervisors is the total occupancy transient tax that hotels pay and assess their guests, and the cannabis tax. There are also fees that are paid to different government agencies for things like permitting and such. And those fees really they're really just to help that department break even. If they don't break even, then they have to dip into the general fund. Other funding sources are property taxes, state and federal funds, and any investment revenue. And I think one way that we can increase our revenue without assessing our existing businesses and our existing residents is to increase business. Make this area attractive for businesses to come to Lake County and invite hotels. I know that there's been a project in Lakeport to bring a hotel to that corner lot kind of behind KFC off of Hamburger Hill. Having a hotel there, a nicer hotel with 60 rooms, would bring more TOT to the county. It would bring more sales tax. It would bring, so it's those kinds of projects I think that can be used to increase the revenue to the county. And also the TID assessment. So the more hotel rooms there are, the more money can be used for marketing outside of the county to bring tourists to here.
Thank you, Laura. We will now move to Chris. Chris, would you like me to reread the question?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
So some of our revenue streams currently, we have property tax, we have sales tax from retail, transient occupancy tax, so I have an understanding of all those. I think we need to have more aggressive actions for grants in the community. It's also not very transparent to me when you do the research. How aggressive are we on grants for Lake County, for the roads, that sort of thing? And on the enforcement of the transient tax, how aggressive are we with like Airbnb, VRBO, that sort of thing? I live in a community, I live on Holiday Cove. It's over by Land's End, it's on the lake. Many houses over there are vacation houses that are rented out, and they're only, the owners aren't there very often. They're mostly rented out during bass tournaments, the catfish tournament, that sort of thing, other times as well. But are they actually paying their transient tax? Is it being enforced? Is it being done under the table? Should we look at like them paying a little more because they're not actually the people that own that house, or it's just a revenue stream for that, so they're not adding to the community. They're not paying sales tax for the stores here per se. So it might be something to look at to pay for the transient tax for VRBO and Airbnb to be a little higher. I've thought about that. It'd be something to look into. So, but for tax fees, I want to raise any like local tax fees. That is the only one I would want to look into raising and see if that'd be feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to Brad for his response to this question. Brad, would you like me to reread the question?
No, Rebecca, thank you. So the different revenue sources in Lake County. Property tax, which is the biggest one at 35 million a year. Sales tax, 5 million a year. We currently have 20 million in state and federal grants coming into the general fund. We've got charges for services at 5 million, 2 million interest on investments, 11 million coming in on roads, that being SB1 and HUDA funds. We have another 88 million from the state and federal government that pays for behavioral health, social services, and public health. We've got special district charges equals 6 million, 12 million from sanitation districts. We also have the transient occupancy tax revenues. There's money for supplemental law enforcement services, cannabis revenues, solid waste charges and fees. And then there are numerous other smaller revenue sources. The county also maintains a reserve year after year for emergencies and to have extra money. As far as the taxes goes, I would be very careful with taxes and fees. I do not want to raise taxes and fees. If they come forward because there's a stated need for it, then I'm going to ensure that we must analyze the budget and look for ways to see if we have existing funds already that can be rerouted. Costs are out of control for everyone at this point, and we still have people in our community that do not make livable wages. So we cannot have a focus on trying to raise taxes and fees. Again, if they were to be proposed, I would ensure that there was a heavy public engagement process. As your supervisor, I would work to protect people in this area against more taxes and fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move into our final question and begin with Laura. So the final question of our prepared questions is, please explain what you believe the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County to be and how you will continue supporting the industry as a Lake County supervisor.
Thank you, Rebecca. The economic impact of agriculture in Lake County is tremendous. Millions and millions of dollars are brought from outside of the county into the county because of agriculture. Jobs are created because of agriculture. Our own son worked in the pear sheds. That's a great Lake County tradition, and I want to see that continue. With that said, I think that there are ways to assist the agricultural community, and we have some opportunities coming up for the voice of agriculture to be heard. One of those places is the upcoming area and general plans that are to be updated. These updates will help us better identify the areas of agriculture in the community and make sure that those lands are used for that purpose. And if there are other lands that maybe that would be better suited, but agriculture needs to come to that table so that we can make that voice heard. Another opportunity coming up is with the Lake County Economic Development Corporation is developing the comprehensive economic development strategy for Lake County. This document, which is updated, I believe, every 3 years, will help Lake County really put into writing what its plans are for different types of industries in the community, and that will make us grant ready. When it comes to writing grants, we will be able to compete for those funding. For that funding. And lastly, I know that the Economic Development Department in Lake County is in the process right now of developing a new website that will be separate and apart from the county's website, that will be used specifically for attracting businesses to Lake County.
Thank you, Laura.
My pleasure.
Next, we will move to Chris. Chris, can you please explain what you believe the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County to be and how you will continue supporting the industry as a Lake County supervisor?
The economic impact for Lake County is big, but I want to talk about how I think we can continue it. It starts with the children. When I was teaching, I taught in Clear Lake Oaks. There were programs that came into the schools to teach the kids about agriculture. There were several programs. One of them, it was a farm to table program. They helped us implement a garden there. We built a garden, and at one point we were taking from the garden, and we had they made salads in the cafeteria from the food from the garden, and that was big for this community. On holidays like Valentine's Day, everyone brings sugar, and it was either my first or second year teaching. I brought a veggie platter. I can't tell you how surprised I was that the kids like destroyed that vegetable platter. It was like they'd never had vegetables, and that was kind of eye-opening to me. So in our community, we need to educate the children, and that will help the agriculture industry overall, because they're our future. So I think we need to focus on that, and it'd be great for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to Brad to answer his final question. Brad, would you like me to reread the question?
No, Rebecca, thank you. The economic impact of ag in Lake County is significant. It is the heartbeat of our community, in my opinion. Last year, ag contributed $339 million to our Lake County economy. There's also 2,200 people employed in the agricultural industry in our county. Farmers not only employ people who work with and for them, but their reach into the community is far and wide. They directly and indirectly generate other jobs that support businesses and services throughout our community. They support local government with their taxes and fees. Ag also supports many youth programs and educational opportunities such as 4-H and FFA. They provide scholarships from the Farm Bureau and the California Women for Ag. They also have ag in the classroom curriculum programs and grants for school gardens. They have the junior livestock auction at the Lake County Fair. Ag supports local tourism. We have the Pear Festival, the fair, the Farm to Fork Dinner, Wine Adventure Weekend as some examples. People come to this area for agritourism events. They spend money in hotels and restaurants because of our agriculture environment. Ag provides beautiful landscapes also in the county. As your supervisor, I will continue to work with Ag to keep their business programs that support our county going. I have attended Ag education programs myself and will continue to do that. Again, I'm an associate member of the Farm Bureau, and I want to continue to engage with them to hear their input and concerns. The most important thing to me as your supervisor would be available and listening to the people and helping make positive change based on their concerns. I'll always have an open ear for Ag, and your vote for me will commit me to that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Now for our final response to this question, Scott. The question reads, please explain what you believe the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County to be, and how you will continue to support the industry as a Lake County supervisor.
I feel that the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County is huge, and we as a county would never recover if this was lost. It contributes hundreds of millions of dollars into this county annually, and the ripple effect from this helps this county become the place where we've grown to love. The labor force that maintains and brings in these crops spends their money on housing, food, clothing, school, athletic programs, and so on. Agriculture has created niche companies that provide services, processing facilities, and other agriculture-related companies in our community. Also, keeping local contractors, electricians, and plumbers employed within our community. Again, I would like to work with the Lake County Ag Advisory Committee to help find new ways to keep agriculture alive and thriving in Lake County. We are an ag-centric county historically and need to keep it that way moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. That concludes the answers to our prepared questions. So we will now move into questions received from the audience. As a reminder, if you would like to submit a question to be asked to the candidates, you can do so by submitting your question on a note card. If you hold it up, our monitor will come by and collect those. Or you can scan the QR code on the back of your question outline, and those questions will be tabulated in a Google form. So with that, we will begin. Every candidate will have 1 minute to respond to the audience's questions. Okay, so we will begin with, what are your plans to remedy the health of the lake? And we will start with Scott.
My plans to remedy the health of the lake. So the lake is actually really healthy. I work on the lake every day. I have for like the last 15, 16 years. People think that there's a lot of pollution in it. There's not. The pollution that's going into it is it's natural, and it's coming from all the vegetation that's clogging up all the waterways coming into it. We have a lot of natural pollution coming into our lake, like pollen, leaves, etc. And that's the part we need to clean up, like I've been stating for a long time, is that the non-native species of vegetation growing it's ridiculous. We need to get rid of it. There's cottonwoods and there's liquid amber trees growing in all the creeks, and that's what's causing our lake to get cloudy. But actually, it's not that dirty. It's cleaner than it's ever been in a long time. It's allowing sunlight to go down and cause things to grow up through the dirt. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We'll now move to Laura. Laura, what are your plans to remedy the health of the lake?
So that lake is essentially, I see it as a living, breathing organism. And while I agree that what is happening right now is part of its regular life cycle, even when, hundreds of years ago, there was still algae blooms every summer, there were still fish die-offs, all of that is true. It's also true that the lake has lost a tremendous amount of its natural filtration system. The shoreline of the lake used to be covered in tule, which served as great filtration. Of the 108-mile circumference of the lake, I think there's something like 2 or 3 miles of tule left. I think the Middle Creek Restoration Project is going to be key in helping us restore the lake. Right now, I know that project has already been underway for several decades. We are in the process right now of continuing to purchase parcels so that we can have that area as a marsh and wetlands.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
We'll now move to Chris. Chris, what are your plans to remedy the health of the lake?
So I've been here 10 years. I asked longtime residents, what was the lake before? And this is something that is not clear to me, and people that have been here a long time. Was the sludge that we get on the sides of the lake, was it originally here or not? Because I talked about how people used to hang out at the beach and stuff, and I don't see how they would hang out on the beach except in April, May, maybe start of June, if that was there. So, but if it was or it wasn't, I don't know. But I agree, the lake is super clean. I'm out on the lake all the time. When it's nice out, my boat's on my dock in front of my house. We go out all the time. It is clean. But in my opinion, to clean the lake, we need to, I know there's some buoys that they're planning to put out to get rid of some of the toxic algae, that sort of thing, or they're proposing. But we need to clean the shores of the lake. The shores of the lake need to be cleaned. And how we do that...
Thank you, Chris. Brad, what are your plans to remedy the health of the lake?
So Clear Lake, that's our crown jewel in this county. It does a lot for us. It's important to the tribal community. It provides some of our drinking water. It's also a draw for recreation and tourism here in our county. It's being that it's a natural lake by some estimates at 2 million years old. That's the condition. We're going to have algae. We're going to have those kind of things. But my plan would be to continue to work closely with our Water Resources Department and other associated agencies that are already having a focus on taking care of Clear Lake. We need to make sure that they're properly funded and staffed so that those projects that need to be done can be accomplished, including the Middle Creek Restoration Project, which, as been stated, will be a big thing with the sediment coming into the lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move to our next question from the audience. Residents of Scotts Valley experience flooding every time it rains. Cleaning Scotts Creek roadside cover with water and broken. We feel no proactive action from Board of Supervisors. Do you have a comment on this? And we'll go ahead and start with Laura.
Okay, great. Yes, Scotts Creek. I actually had a tour of Scotts Creek with a fish biologist from Robinson Rancheria, and basically what happens is at the Cow Mountain Recreation Area, where the creek is very, very wide, in a very short period of time, narrows down into, into very narrow channels that are now overgrown with vegetation and such. I think, first of all, in the dry season, we need some sort of focus on getting that vegetation cleaned up. I know that in other areas of Lake County, the California Conservation Corps was able to provide that service at Adobe Creek and a couple of other areas in Kelseyville. So I would want to maybe next summer bring the CCC in to do some of that cleanup at Scotts Creek. I think it's very important. Those folks, when it floods out there, some of those folks are stranded in
Thank
their
you, Laura.
homes for weeks at a time. So thank you, Rebecca.
Chris.
We need to clean up the creek, but we need to clean up all creeks, all roads. It all goes hand in hand. There needs to be a team or enforcement that cleans up the creeks, the overgrowth, cleans up the side of roads that is neither the owner or the communities are doing for fire mitigation. There's creeks, including that creek, that are behind homes that it's a fire danger. It needs to be cleaned up. We need to clean. There's so many areas that need to be cleaned up in this community, including my neighborhood. They just cleaned up one street that had blackberries that haven't been cut for probably 5+ years. That should be done at least every other year. So they need to be better about that, especially in Scotts Creek, every neighborhood. It'll help with fire, and it'll help with the health of the lake and the creeks.
Thank you, Chris. We'll now move to Brad. Brad, would you like me to reread the question?
No, I believe I have it. So there's a lot of challenges out in the Scotts Valley community. I've been for the past numerous months attending their meetings at the Scotts Valley Advisory Committee, which is an advisory board to the Board of Supervisors. One thing to understand about Scotts Creek too is its current channel in the valley. That was created by the settlers more than 100 years ago when they moved into Scotts Valley. Otherwise, the natural channels would have gone several different directions. So there's levees out there that are a concern when we get high water stages. But as far as the cleaning, yes, absolutely. It's been an issue for many, many years with trying to get those creeks cleaned out, and a lot of the regulations have gotten in the way. But I know that there's current state-funded grant projects that are already approved where they're going to start doing some creek cleaning of that vegetation down the road in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move to Scott. Scott, would you like me to reread the question?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. So I've already stated this earlier today, is that, I remember when I was a kid, Scotts Creek was cleaned out by Henning Lindenblad every year. The state paid him to go down the creek with a Caterpillar and knock everything out, and then paid the fire crews to go through and burn off the sides. I mean, somewhere we need to get back to a happy medium with Fish and Game to let us find a way to get somewhere between that and where we are today. Right now, it's not working. We're not doing anything to clean it, and along with all the other creeks in this county. It's not just Scotts Creek, it's everywhere. My wife's family has property up on Kelsey Creek, up off of Bottle Rock, that's been their family for 100 years, and now it floods the front yard of the house every single year, and it never used to, because there's just massive vegetation growing, and it's clogging everything up. We've got to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next question, we will start with Chris. The question reads, did you attend the discussion about the hitch organized by District 3 Supervisor and the Farm Bureau? If so, what were the takeaways from that very important event?
Unfortunately, I did not attend. I was at work in Sonoma County. I could not attend it. My takeaway from the hitch is, and I wish I looked online, I couldn't find something about it, because for this and for personal reasons, because I live in the lake, there's so many hitch in front of my house right now. They're out right now. And if you live on the lake, if you fish on the lake, you feel that they're abundant. But you don't hear. So I wish I would have been at it. Unfortunately, I wasn't. But personally, I mean, everyone can go to my house right now or go out on the lake. You'll see them. There's a lot of them right now swimming around, and I'm not actually sure why they come by my house every year, because it's a cove. It was dug out. It's not natural, so it's not a creek either. So, but they're hanging out there right now.
Thank you, Chris. We'll now move to Brad. Brad, would you like me to reread the question?
Yes, please, Rebecca.
Did you attend the discussion about the hitch organized by District 3 Supervisor and the Lake County Farm Bureau? If so, what were the takeaways from this very important event?
Yes, I did attend that event at the Soparis Theater. The takeaways from my attendance of that event were, number one, I appreciate the Farm Bureau being active and trying to get that event here. There's a lot of agencies that are doing a lot of work regarding the hitch and the water, but my biggest takeaway is that there are still many, many things that we do not understand about the hitch life cycle, and also that we do not understand about our current water system, like I stated before, with the aquifers. And my concern has been, and still is after attending that event, is that I don't want to see major decisions made on assumptions. I think we need more science. I want to see more studies and more science that really lets us know what the exact situation is before we make critical decisions. So those are my takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move to Scott. Scott, did you attend the discussion about the hitch organized by District 3 Supervisor and the Lake County Farm Bureau? If so, what were your takeaways from that very important event?
No, I did not. Fortunately, I got to work for a living, but I can speak with this a little bit because I do work on the lake. And I know that I'm a pile driver on the lake, if you don't know that already. But we have a pile driving window that only lasts from October to January that we're allowed to drive pilings. Part of that is because of the hitch. Actually, we hired a biologist that did a 65-page study on it and determined, that they're not educated enough. We don't know if that's a determining factor of what's killing the hitch or not. Again, I'm a strong believer in opening up all the creeks and waterways that feed Clear Lake, because they've got nowhere to go. Perfect example of that is drive over Rodman Slough and look out there. It's just blocking everything off. We got to do something. We need more education on it. We don't know enough, as I've stated before. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We will now move to Laura. Laura, did you attend the discussion about the hitch organized by District 3 Supervisor and the Lake County Farm Bureau? If so, what were the takeaways from that very important event?
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, I did attend that presentation, and I was moved by how many experts were up on that stage. Experts from tribal leaders to biologists and the heads of different state agencies, and everybody had such a different perspective on the issue. And it's true that it feels like we don't know enough about the hitch, that we need to gather more data, that we need to agree on how to interpret that data. So I look forward to working closely with everybody on that. The other takeaway was the new reporting requirements from the State Water Board. So,
thank you, Laura. We will now move to our next question from the audience, and we will begin with Brad. How much time and knowledge do you bring from work with local and state government?
I bring over 3.5 decades of working with state and local government. As I stated before, I've served as police chief for the past over 13 years, which is a position that I have to be highly connected and engaged with elected officials as well as other appointed government officials. I've worked with countless other local, state, and federal agencies each year to accomplish our mission. In addition to serving on the executive management team to manage the city, and our emergency operations team to respond to emergencies, which, as we all know, we've had numerous of those in our county over the past decade at least. So I have a lot of knowledge and experience in the government arena in this county, 35 years coming up this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move to Scott. Scott, how much time and knowledge do you bring from work with local and state government?
3 years. That's all I got with this Lakeport Planning Commission. I'm just an average Joe here. I'm just a person who's trying to make a difference. I don't come from a big government background. I'm just, like I said, I'm just a local guy. But I have done 3 years on the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Laura, how much time and knowledge do you bring from work with local and state government?
I've always been very involved with, at least at the state level, being involved with knowing what the measures are and what the issues are. For local government, since I've worked in Lake County, I definitely have been more plugged into who the supervisors are and such. With my position with the Lake County Chamber of Commerce, of course, I do attend Board of Supervisors meetings when there are issues on the agenda that impact our business community, including the agricultural community, such as when the hitch discussions happened at the Board of Supervisors last February, I believe, January, February. So I have been very plugged in since I started that position with the Lake County Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Laura. And finally, over to Chris. How much time and knowledge do you bring from work with local and state government?
I've previously answered this before, and thinking about it, I guess my entire working career I have been in some aspect. I'm in my young 40s, but I've worked with the school board when I was teaching. I worked at a CPA firm in Santa Barbara where I went to college, and I worked with the homeless shelter. We worked with the local government on different issues there, but I've also worked in restaurants and hospitality. Off and on, when I was teaching, I was working part-time at a restaurant in Sonoma County as well. And, we deal with the health department, we deal with different codes, we deal with the fire department, which is local government, code enforcement on that. So pretty much my entire life I've worked in some aspect of local or state government.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to our next question from the audience. Will you support or not support charging farmers and ranchers, etc., for well water? And we will begin with Scott.
I'm not going to support that. Absolutely 100% would not support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. We will now move to Laura. Will you support or not support charging farmers, ranchers, and others for well water?
I don't know enough about that to be able to comment. I need to understand that situation more, and I think that you will find as a supervisor that will be my stand. If I need to do more research or learn more about a particular topic, I'm not going to comment on it.
Thank you, Laura. Now to Chris. Chris, will you support or not support charging farmers, ranchers, and others for well water?
No, I will not support that. But it's an issue. Water is an issue that it's going to be like oil eventually. As communities grow, they're going to be more dependent on water. If we go into dry spells, more dependent on water. I do have some knowledge of groundwater. My dad, I grew up in Orange County. My dad, after the sanitation district, it was the water district, but he was in charge. It was the first county in California that pumped the water back into the ground instead of just using it for sprinkler water. They did that as well, but they put the water back in the ground. And there was actually a documentary on this, on his district, that Orange County is good on groundwater, and in the valley, the ground sunk because the groundwater is not good. So I do have some knowledge on this stuff.
Thank you. We will now move to Brad. Brad, will you support or not support charging farmers, ranchers, and others for well water?
I'm not in support of charging farmers, ranchers, and the community for well water. As I talked about before, there are many complex issues with our water. There are a lot of things we don't understand. And water is, because it's our lifeblood, this is going to be a continual challenge down the road. If we want to grow, we have to be cognizant of that, because more people, more water. more development, more water. We need to take care of the current water needs we have. It's critical for agriculture, as I said, that's the heartbeat of our community, bringing in that $340 million almost in a year. They're already overregulated and hit with heavy fees, and the costs are out of control. I cannot support a charge added on for well water. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now begin our next question with Laura. And the question is, it seems that the county hires excellent young professionals who do outstanding work. Then they leave the county for better paying jobs. How do we retain these skilled individuals?
Thank you, Rebecca. This is where my background as a human resources professional comes in. And there are a lot of reasons people leave a job, and compensation is not the only one. I would like to, obviously compensation is a big deal, and obviously we need to make sure we're paying fair rates. We also need to make sure that the workplace culture of the county is a place where people want to stay and work. And we want to ensure that we have things to do for our young professionals that come to Lake County. In fact, I'm involved with a little grassroots group that has started where we are quarterly, we are convening professionals that move to Lake County so that we can, we just have these little very informal mixers. And when we...
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
We will now move to Chris. Chris, it seems that the county hires excellent young professionals who do outstanding work. Then they leave the county for better paying jobs. How do we retain these skilled individuals?
We change our way of thinking. There are communities throughout the United States that my proposed plan works. You need to start at the bottom. You can't go into a job where it's almost like, I would love to work some other job besides being in the hospitality industry, having to drive to Sonoma again, but it doesn't pay the same here. If you start out, I've looked at jobs in government, but you start out very low. You start out high, that like other states have done. They're already here. They stay in the area because they like you're hoping they like the area, and they're successful then. If you're bringing people in, they might not like the area, that's why they leave. So you need to start out at a more reasonable wage on the lower end, I think.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to Brad. Brad, would you like me to repeat the question?
Please, Rebecca.
It seems that the county hires excellent young professionals who do outstanding work. Then they leave the county for better paying jobs. How do we retain these skilled individuals?
Well, we need to look at a lot of different programs on retaining our staff here. For the past couple of decades, I've been in charge of our hiring at the police department, and we have recently focused on targeting young people in our community and then recruiting them into the business and paying for all their costs, and then paying them a salary to send them off to get trained. So I think we need to continue to invest in our young people. We need to continue to have strong programs in the high schools and the community colleges to let these young folks know of the opportunities we have in these county jobs. There are people that do leave for money. We're never going to be able to compete with Sonoma County. $5,000 more a month to be a police officer there than here. So it's huge. But most people, don't leave for money. They leave for other reasons, and we need to continue to invest in our employees.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move to Scott. Scott, it seems that the county hires excellent young professionals who do outstanding work. Then they leave the county for better paying jobs. How do we retain these skilled individuals?
Part of our problem is that we don't ever promote within. For example, Scott DeLeon, he's getting ready to retire from the county, and we don't have there's no plan in place to replace him, other than we're going to find someone from out of county. I don't know why we're not promoting some of the younger kids to take over that position, try to push them up as they're here for the next, they've known Scott's going to retire. Why haven't they had a plan in place? Same with Brad's position. for the city is the same kind of a deal. We're going to hire an outside consulting firm for $27,000 to hire a new chief of police to replace them. Why are we not promoting within? That's the way we're going to keep young kids here is to give them some kind of a goal that they can, move up without being replaced by someone from out of county. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. For our next question, we will begin with Chris. And the question reads, ag theft, vandalism, and trespassing, as well as damage to infrastructure and other crimes on private property are recurring and not just nagging issues for farmers. What can be done to better assist and motivate our local law enforcement and prosecutors to prioritize action in the unincorporated areas of the county?
Well, we can't really do anything if the laws don't support prosecuting the people that do something like that. So more funding for law enforcement. If there's more law enforcement on the street, I like to look at analogies. If you're driving down the freeway and there's a cop there, we slow down. To my understanding, they can't do anything. Sometimes there's not even someone in the car, but if we see a presence of law enforcement around, that will help the problem. I mean, I think theft should be prosecuted and stuff, but that's a state issue. That's something that, to my understanding, we can't change. So more presence, more funding for law enforcement.
Thank you, Chris. We will now move to Brad. Ag theft, vandalism, trespassing, and damage to infrastructure and other crimes on private property are recurring and not just nagging issues for farmers. What can be done to prioritize and motivate our local law enforcement and prosecutors to prioritize action in the unincorporated areas of the county?
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. So this is somewhat of a complex issue because the state laws over the past decade have been changed to hold people very much less accountable for thefts. So that's a big thing, but that does not mean that we should give up. There are still things we can do. Just for example, I'm aware that a big one just in the ag community, over $600,000 worth of copper sprinkler heads were stolen, in a year. That's huge. I would work with the prosecutor in the DA's office as well as the sheriff to try to increase community policing within all of our districts. And also another thing I'd like to see is a deputy that's dedicated to ag. A lot of counties have agriculture deputies that can help with these kind of things. So that's something that I would explore. But the biggest thing is the community policing, integrating with all of the community to solve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. We will now move to Scott. Scott, would you like me to reread the question?
No, I think I'm good. I think the sheriff needs more funding, just straight up. If he can't keep people here, and if he can't fill positions, then he needs more money to fill those positions, to pay a higher wage to keep those guys around. It's the only way we're going to solve this crime problem. It's an issue, and part of the problem is he doesn't have enough people. So instead of spending our cannabis tax money on giving everyone at the courthouse a raise, why don't we spend it on giving everybody at the sheriff's department a raise so they'll stick around? That's my opinion. That's what I'd like to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And we will now move to Laura. Laura, would you like me to reread the question?
Yes, please.
Ag theft, vandalism, trespassing, damage to infrastructure, and other crimes on private property are recurring and not just nagging issues for farmers. What can be done to better assist and motivate our local law enforcement and prosecutors to prioritize action in the unincorporated areas of the county?
I think those are areas of concern for everybody in this county, including the farmers, even residents, and small businesses. On Thursday morning, I was down at the judge's breakfast in Clear Lake and heard our sheriff's candidate speak about his plans for the future of the sheriff's department. And he mentioned his plan. He said that he needs a couple more deputies on his force, and once that happens, he's actually going to have beat officers out and about. So there will be more presence, and that is definitely in the plan as we speak. This has to be a priority. If the sheriff needs more funding, I think his supervisors can work on taking a look at that as well and making those allocations.
Thank you. For our next question, we will begin with Brad. A supervisor's position is very time consuming. Would your plan be to become a full-time supervisor, or would you try and juggle a full-time job and supervisor?
Absolutely, it would be a full-time job. Currently, my job right now as police chief is 24/7, 365. I work all the time. It's a 7-day-a-week job. It's very time-consuming, but I'm going to be leaving that job. And as your supervisor, I would be committed to that same level of work. I'm planning for it to be a 7-day-a-week job. It's a huge commitment. I can already see that. I understand that based on my experience in the government. It takes a tremendous amount of time, and that's really all I can say. It's going to be 7 days a week for me. I'm going to be available to the public at all times to hear those concerns. There's a lot of meetings and a lot of other things the supervisors have to be engaged in. So you cannot look at this as a part-time job. Anybody that does is looking at it wrongly. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Now to Scott. Scott, would you like me to reread the question?
No, it's all right. Yeah, absolutely. I know it's going to be a full-time job. My biggest concern right now is what am I going to do with my dog? She's used to coming to work with me every day, so if I get elected, I got to figure out something to do with her because I don't think they're going to let her in the courthouse. So, but I mean, I realize it is a full-time job. I work 2 full-time jobs as it is right now. I mean, I'm working 65, 70 hours a week, so I get it. Like I said, we need to make things change around here. I'm tired of our supervisors not being available. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Now to Laura. Laura, would you like me to reread the question?
I think I'm good. Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, being a supervisor on the Lake County Board is an absolute more than a full-time job, and it is 24/7. Not unlike my position as CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. While I understand it's not a big public safety type of position, it is a job that I generally work 60 or 70 hours a week, and I will continue to do that, if not more, as a supervisor, available by phone, by office hours, by email, however you need to reach me, I will be there.
And finally to Chris. Would you like me to reread the question?
No, I'm good. Yes, it would be a full-time job for me, but that was one concern for me. It's a 4-year job. It'd be a little bit of a pay cut for me taking this job, but I truly want to make a difference. I want to change some things here. Being an outsider, I want it to be a better community. I want it to be a better community for all. So I would be dedicated to it, and it would definitely be a full-time job. I got into law school. I postponed it. Don't know if I'm going. I think that would only add to the job if I did go because, you're dealing with some of the same sort of issues. Yeah, and I would learn a lot. And I think it'd be beneficial if I did go as well, concurrently.
Thank you. Our next question, we will start with Scott. The question is, as it stands, there is not much for youth to do other than raise crime rates. What are your plans to get youth excited and involved in ag? Do you believe we could implement some sort of program to get youth involved in cleanup of waterways and fire mitigation? Finally, what are your plans to increase agritourism?
There's a lot of questions there. Okay, so FFA, 4-H, it'd be good to see those get pushed. I know there's already a lot of kids who are transferring from Clear Lake High School to Kelseyville just so they can be a part of FFA. I would like to see that the school would maybe offer those programs around the whole county instead of just at Kelseyville. Second question was getting kids involved in cleaning up the creeks. It'd be more kids. I would like to see more kids get involved with the CCCs or maybe becoming, volunteer firemen where we could promote some of that stuff. There's not enough of it going on. The CCCs doesn't take in that many kids annually anymore like they used to. It'd be nice to be able to promote that at a high school level for kids that don't know where they're going. And then can't remember the last part, but I'm out of time.
How do you increase agritourism?
More farm experience stays, I think. That's a big one. Small farm tours, stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to Laura. So, Laura, again, this 3-pronged question is, as it stands, there's not much for youth to do other than raise crime rates. What are your plans to get youth excited and involved in ag? Do you believe we could implement some sort of program to get youth involved in cleaning up waterways and fire mitigation? Finally, what are your plans to increase agritourism?
So waterways and fire mitigation. Okay. So youth are already involved in ag. We have not only FFA, we also have 4-H. I myself bought my first car selling lambs at the county fair in Placerville. I would say we build on that and think about that ranch and what they do in bringing youth in to work during the harvest season there at that ranch. And when we talk about getting youth to clean up water and do fire mitigation, it brings me to, again, programs already in place that we can build on. There's an organization called Citizens Caring for Clear Lake down in the city of Clear Lake, where they do pay a small stipend for people to go clean up the lake. So that would be another way to do that, but build on what we already have going.
Thank you, Laura. Chris, would you like me to reread the question?
Yeah, because the last part I wanted to hear again.
Of course. As it stands, there is not much for youth to do other than raise crime rates. What are your plans to get youth excited and involved in ag? Do you believe we can implement some sort of program to get youth involved in cleanup of waterways and fire mitigation? Finally, what are your plans to increase agritourism?
Okay, so to get kids excited and involved, I mean, some parents are going to do it, but they need to be in the schools, and they are in the schools, but the organizations need to push it more because when it was successful over the school I worked in, it was teachers bringing it in, and when those teachers were gone, and I was left, and I was very involved in like the farming aspect of my school, but I couldn't do it all. So it needs to be, I think the organizations, all those, FFA, 4-H, all organizations that deal with schools, they need to push the schools more because it's more how it is currently. If teachers aren't pulling them in, it's not a program. The garden that was formerly at my school that was very exciting, it just sits dormant right now because no one's doing anything. The classes that used to go there aren't going there anymore because teachers, some probably don't even know about it.
Thank you, Chris. And now to Brad. As it stands, there is not much for youth to do other than raise crime rates. What are your plans to get youth excited and involved in ag? Do you believe we could implement some sort of program to get youth involved in cleanup of waterways and fire mitigation? Finally, what are your plans to increase agritourism?
Okay, starting with the getting youth involved. Yes, there are ways. In fact, I have done cleanups of waterways with youth groups over the years. It's just something that we need to, target with the schools and some of our community groups that are willing to finance and lead some of these types of things for youth, because there is a lack of things for our youth in our community. So the more we can get them involved in these important projects that may be protecting the environment or doing a cleanup of the creek, which can help the fish habitat. Those are all important. I think by bringing together the schools and the community groups, we can get that done. On the agritourism, I'd like to see some improvements with our airport and more marketing to bring more people flying in here to visit the ag, maybe some air tours of the ag lands.
Thank you, Brad.
have. Thank you.
The next question is, if you are not elected supervisor, how will you continue to promote positive change? And we'll start with Laura.
I would continue doing what I'm doing. I am the CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. If I'm not elected, I would continue to be the CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. I would still be on the Lake County Economic Development Corporation Board, the Rotary Club of Lakeport Board, the Lake County Arts Council Board. I would still continue to drive change the way I've been doing these last number of years. I think it's very important, and while I would be very disappointed to not win, I I still love Lake County, and I hold Lake County in my heart, and I would continue to serve with a song in my heart and a smile on my face.
Thank you, Laura. Now to Chris. If you are not elected supervisor, how will you promote positive change?
I'd nag these guys, but no, I would try to be in contact still. But currently, like my position in Sonoma County, I try to make people aware of some of the issues going on here. That, for one, Lake Pillsbury, that will affect them there with water in the Russian River, making people aware. But I'll definitely be involved still. That's something I would like to save Lake Pillsbury. I would like to have a rebranding of our area, because I hate when I tell someone that I'm from Lake County and they're like, ooh, I'm sorry, and I'm like, and I have to explain that it's an awesome place, but people don't have that in their mind if you're not from here. So I'd continue down the path I'm going now.
Thank you, Chris. And to Brad. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Sure.
If you are not elected supervisor, how will you promote positive change?
Okay. I have dedicated my entire adult life to being a public servant here in this community. Although I am leaving the law enforcement after 35 years, I am still going to stay highly involved in community projects. Like I mentioned, I'm with 3 different community benefit organizations. I'm going to stay with those. They do a lot of projects in the community. They provide a lot of scholarships for kids. And if I'm not elected, I'm going to stay with those, and I'll find other things to do that increase my ability to work with the community and make change. I raised my family here. I'm planning on staying here in this county, and I want to see it continue to be nice. However, I am planning on getting elected, so I hope to make change in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And finally to Scott. If you are not elected supervisor, how will you promote positive change?
I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to hopefully stay on the Lakeport Planning Commission and keep trying to push things through there. I'm going to keep with the mountain bike organization and try to keep mountain biking alive and well in Lake County. It's been a great experience. I've built a lot of trails in this county, and I would just keep moving forward. My next place would probably be working out at Highland Springs. That's my dream, is to get that developed so that we can bring people from Six Sigma over to the Lakeport side so they can see what the other side of the lake looks like. And we bring 4,000 people every time we have a race down to Six Sigma. I'd like to bring them up here. So the only way to do that is to build more trails on this side of the lake. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And our next question, we will begin with Chris. Lots of conversation for how to involve kids in Lake County Ag. How would you expand other programs for youth that are not interested or excited about ag?
By introducing them. You need to, for kids to do anything, you need to introduce them to it. I mean, that's kind of more of a school board kind of question, but as a community member, I would definitely encourage organizations to contact schools if they want to get involved, to get kids excited about different things around the county.
Thank you, Chris. And to Brad, how would you expand other programs for youth that are not interested or excited about ag?
Well, it's important to look at the needs and the desires of all of our different youth. There's going to be those that are interested in ag. There's going to be those that are interested in other things. But regardless, it's critical that we stay engaged with our youth. We need to support the schools, support increases in programs that allow youth the opportunity to learn about other things in our community, because that's the draw. That's the youth is our future. Those are our future leaders, and we need to have them engaged. We want to keep them here in the county, working our jobs, and hopefully taking over and even running for positions like this to be our supervisors down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And now to Scott. Would you like me to reread the question?
Please.
How would you expand other programs for youth that are not interested or excited about ag?
I'm already kind of doing it to a point. When I started out with the NorCal Cycling League, we had, I think, about 400 kids that were racing mountain bikes competitively from basically Monterey to the Oregon border. Now we're up to 2,200 kids, and it's cool to be a part of that. I hope it keeps growing. I'm not going to be able to spend a lot of time with them this year until after the election, but that's I love that part of it. I want to keep it going. So I was happy to be able to bring it to Lake County, and I just like to see it keep going, to be honest. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And finally to Laura. How would you expand other programs for youth that are not interested or excited about ag?
Well, I think regardless of whether a young person is excited or interested in ag, that we want to give people the opportunity, our young folks especially, to explore all different things. For example, my youngest daughter is very interested in ag. In fact, she works in the agriculture department for Mendocino College. She's also a musician and learned how to play the violin with the Lake County Youth Orchestra. And she was interested in art, so she was able to get involved with the Lake County Arts Council and take some of their art classes when she was younger. So there are lots of different ways. The theater company offers a couple of performances for youth, and youth are also almost always involved in their annual Shakespeare at the Lake performance. And finally, the Rotary Club has the Interact Club at Clear Lake High School, which we hope to expand in Upper Lake. So we're teaching kids the benefit of doing community service.
Thank you. And this will be our last question for today. And it's kind of a combo question. So we all know that issues in one district can affect the whole county. What is your position on issues like changing the name of Kelseyville and taking down the Cache Creek Dam? We'll go ahead and start with Chris.
Could you repeat it once more?
I
Sorry.
can. We all know that issues in another district may affect the whole county. What is your position on issues like changing the name of Kelseyville and taking down the Cache Creek Dam?
Well, I've been paying attention to the Board of Supervisors for a while, and it has been explained to me that it's been a little bit divisive. So you definitely need, I think I'm good at working with people. Sometimes it's a give and take. But you're always doing what's in the best interest of the people of your district. But a lot of the issues are similar throughout all the districts, I believe. But you definitely want to focus on your own district. But it's kind of a give and take. You all need to work together, and it shouldn't be divisive. Everyone is for the greater good of the community, so you need to focus on that. The taking down a Cache Creek Dam, no, but that's a complex issue.
Thank you. And now to Brad. We all know that issues in another district affect the whole county. What is your opinion on issues like changing the name of Kelseyville and taking down the Cache Creek Dam?
Well, you're right. The supervisors are making decisions every week that affect the entire county. So while you have responsibility to your district, you need to be open and be aware and listen to the concerns of the entire county. As far as changing the name of Kelseyville, me personally, that wouldn't be something that I would be, wanting to be pushing through. However, it's not going to be up to me. It's going to be up to the voice of the people. And my understanding now is that's moved into a federal process. So it's got to go through community input, community feedback, and ultimately will be decided at that level. I'm definitely going to get more educated and try to stay engaged on it. As far as Cache Creek Dam, no, that dam, we cannot take it down. It's part of the Yolo County water rights to Clear Lake, and I would not be in favor of that at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. And now to Scott. Scott, would you like me to reread the question?
No, I'm all right. So, Kelseyville. Of course, that's like a double-edged sword here. I would be opposed. I refuse to be a part of something that's going to erase history. I'm sorry, but that's just the way. That's my feelings, and I'm entitled to my feelings about it. So, And then it comes to Cache Creek. I mean, no, we can't tear it down. The lake would be even worse off than what it is now. I mean, that's just silly, you know. Unfortunately, it's been there for a long time, and we don't want to make it worse. So, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And finally to Laura. Laura, would you like me to reread the question?
Would you please?
Of course. We all know that issues in another district may affect the whole county. What is your position on issues like changing the name of Kelseyville and removing the Cache Creek Dam?
Thank you. And it's true that while as supervisor of District 4, I would represent the residents of District 4. Every decision that comes to the Board of Supervisors, every supervisor gets an equal 20% say in that vote. So I think that's important. As far as changing the name of Kelseyville, at this point, the process has been started. It's out of our hands. What I think really doesn't matter. At this point, the important thing is to facilitate conversation, make sure all sides get their voices heard, and have the decision made that way. This is not a decision for the Board of Supervisors to make. The board might be asked for input, but again, this is not our decision. And for Cache Creek Dam, again, complicated. I'm not in favor of removing dams.
Thank you. Okay, that will conclude our District 4 candidate forum for today. I want to give a big thank you to all of our candidates for their participation. As I mentioned earlier, being a candidate for office is difficult. So this is just one step in their journey. I'd also like to thank our attendees for attending today. Hopefully this was informational and educational for you and will aid in your decision to elect for District 4 Supervisor. If you have any questions regarding our event, please contact Lake County Farm Bureau. A recording of the event will be available via PEG TV and Lake County Farm Bureau YouTube. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Come on, give her a hand.
And then I get nervous and I can't get the full sentences.
District 4 was the first
Okay,
district.
we're going to go ahead and get started today. Try and keep everything on schedule. So I just want to welcome everyone. I'm Rebecca Harper, Executive Director for the Lake County Farm Bureau. And I want to thank you for taking the time to educate yourself on local agricultural issues and learn more about the candidates running for District 1 Supervisor. For those that may not know, the Lake County Farm Bureau is a grassroots nonprofit organization that has been advocating for agriculture in this county since 1923. So we celebrated our 100th anniversary of Farm Bureau last summer. Very exciting for us. Thanks. Our positions on policy issues come from our local 300 member families and businesses. If you believe in agriculture, you should belong to the Farm Bureau. So just a couple of housekeeping matters. There are snacks and waters throughout the room. The restrooms are directly to the right of this building if you find yourself needing one. Our local Farm Bureau does not endorse candidates. Our goal is to hold an informative and respectful event. Candidates will each be given 3 minutes for an opening statement. 5 prepared questions will be asked as time allows over the next 2 hours. Each candidate will receive 2 minutes to respond to each prepared question. We will rotate which candidate answers each question first, starting over here with Bryn. Questions from the audience can be submitted by 2 ways, either submitting them on a question card and holding them in the air. If you need a card or need to submit a question, Katie will be collecting those as the room monitor, so she's easy to spot, haha, in her leopard shirt. They can also be submitted by scanning the QR code on the back of your question sheet right here. So you can scan that QR code, it'll link you to a Google form, and we'll be able to see your questions. Additionally, this event is being live streamed on PEG TV and will be posted on the Lake County Farm Bureau's YouTube account. Before we begin, I hope we can all agree that being a candidate for public office is difficult. Our democracy depends on having people willing to take time away from their families and careers to participate in an election. On behalf of Lake County Farm Bureau, we want to thank all of our candidates for their willingness to run and for their service to our community. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started with opening statements, and we will start at this end of the table with Bren. Again, you will have 3 minutes for your opening statement. Aaron, at the end of the table, will give you a 15-second signal when you have 15 seconds left, and a stop signal when your time is up.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
Look out, y'all.
So we will go ahead and start with Bren.
Okay. Well, my name is Bren Boyd, and I'm running for supervisor for District 1 here in Lake County. It's great to be here, and I've met everyone on this panel, and I've made some new friends. It's been a really great experience. When I first moved here in 2009, I was the executive chef at Twin Pine. Soon after that, I discovered the farmers market at Steel Winery. Now, being a chef of like over 40 years, I've had a unique relationship with farmers. You know, farm to table started coming around. You want to meet as many farmers as you can. You want to use their product any way you can. Through the seasons, it forces you to have a seasonal menu. So it's up to the chef to be creative and work with his staff to implement and use all this product. I got to know them all and would sometimes buy their entire inventory. I encourage them to form a co-op, like my family has in Belize. They're part of a huge citrus co-op there. We'll never ever see that. Japan buys it all. It's some of the best citrus in the world. So I took full advantage of buying all their product, and no matter what it was, we were going to put it on the menu. I wanted to use as much of it as possible. I got to a point where I even bought a fig tree from Sky Hoyt, and now his heirloom fig trees in my backyard giving me some of the best figs I've ever seen in my life. I had an arrangement with one of the farmers where I would buy all of their not good enough for market, maybe overripe heirloom tomatoes, and we would make our marinara with that. I must have bought 200 or 300 pounds of these tomatoes, and we would make our cioppino with it, and that's why it was so good. I've been an avid gardener myself. Have a little small vineyard in my backyard. Learned how to clone, learned how to heirloom. I have 6 generations of peach trees in my backyard. So, I definitely am into farming and agriculture, which is why I'm really excited to be here. I think we need to protect our agriculture, and we need to partner with the agro-tourism aspect of our economy. That's why it's good that this forum exists. So, thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to Helen for her 3-minute introduction.
3 minutes. Testing?
You're good.
Okay. So it takes, I'm not as much of a talker, but I'll try to fill it. So I was born and raised in Middletown. My family moved there in the mid-1800s. I grew up kind of in the cattle industry more than anything else. My father worked for P&G. My mom worked ranches, cattle ranches primarily. We had our own herd out in Morgan Valley. I worked on the Diamond D Ranch, started working there when I was 14 years old. My mom managed where the glider port is. She managed that ranch. That was a 700-acre ranch for 27 years. She worked the old Barslow Ranch, which is now the Diamond J Ranch, and that was about 4,700 acres under fence, as well as the Diamond D Ranch. At that time was 7,500 acres. And what we did was cattle. And love the industry. I've seen the cattle industry drop significantly over the last several years in our county, and that's kind of a sad thing. The other agriculture has come in, more of the growing of the crops. The changing of the crops, such as from pears to wine grapes, has been obviously evident. This used to be the pear capital of Lake County, of the world. It's kind of reduced their pear crops, and it's going more wine grapes and cannabis. In my adult life, I primarily stuck with the horse industry, training horses, worked on the racetrack, worked for cutting horse trainers, hung out my own shingle. The youth are a big, huge portion of my life. I love the youth. I do a lot for the youth. We've put together summer camps for the kids, rodeo camps. We support the rodeo industry, which is a phenomenal sport. It's actually in the high schools and in the junior high, but they rodeo independently. We've been fortunate enough to have a amazing enough program that we've been able to send kids on to state and national finals. That is the largest rodeo in the world. The Nationals is with the over 1,500 contestants, and we have kids from right here that are going there. They only take the top 4 in the state of California, and we have Lake County kids that are good enough to make it that far. So I'm pretty proud of that. There's scholarships, college scholarships available for that, or for rodeo scholarships available for college, is what I guess I'm trying to say. And a number of our kids have taken advantage of those and went on and rodeoed in college. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. We will now move to Sean.
Thank you guys for being here. My name is Sean Millerick, and I am running to represent the people of District 1 at the county supervisor level. You know, when we drive around our community, when we drive through our different towns along our lake shores, we can see that we have a really strong history of being a vibrant, traditional agriculture community. And you can see how much of a really beautiful past we've had and how much of a beautiful future we could have going forward. But something changed. We had policies enacted in Sacramento and pushed by Washington politicians that really crushed so much of our local industry, drove those jobs away. And then you have those same politicians trying to tell us, oh, you guys need to do tech, you need to do this, you need to do that, all with that eye towards keeping us dependent on them. And I get the sneaking suspicions because they know that really they're supposed to be dependent on us. Your voice is my priority. I'm running to represent the people of our community and to bring their voice to the table. My vision for our community is one where our kids can grow up in our communities, in our lands, where they wake up early in a home they own, they kiss their family goodbye, they go work hard at a good, honest job that might even be on their own land, and when they've paid for all the necessities, paid their bills, purchased their groceries from local suppliers, they have a few grand left over in the bank at the end of the month. It's not too much to ask for. It's just good American dream. It's what we'd all signed up for. It's what we set out for. It's good, honest work. And we need to adjust our vision at the county level to stop pursuing policies that wind up cementing generational poverty, and we need to have an eye towards generational prosperity. And I think ag is our pathway forward with that. Traditional agriculture, grazing herds, proper crops, things that people eat. These are basic necessities for life. You know, it's water, it's food, it's clean air, it's sunlight. These are the things that we need. However, we can utilize various funds from the state and federal level to make that a reality. That's great. I'm not going to turn, any checks aside that could benefit our people, but that's a means. It's not an end. Our end needs to be being self-reliant, being self-sufficient, and pursuing local industry, local growth, our local businesses, and different policies that can support those. That's my goal, that's my vision, and if that's a vision that you share, I look forward to serving you guys. If you remember to vote for me on March 5th, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We will now move to Brian.
That was a good speech. Thanks, Sean. Took a lot of my points. My name's Brian Pritchard. I live in Hidden Valley. I've been here for about 2 years. I grew up on a cherry orchard in northern Michigan, so I grew up farming. I'm a wine grower, winemaker. I have 3 kids, and I cannot grow tomatoes to save my life. I believe in agriculture, but more importantly, I believe in a system that is failing us, not only here in Lake County, but in California. How many people in here know someone that's moved out of California in the past few years, right? All of us. And they're leaving because it's hard to live here. Today on my way here, and I'm a very truthful person, I stopped in Clear Lake, right off Lakeside Shore. There was a woman just dead in the street, okay? That's not normal, and I swear to you that happened. I live in a county that gets $400 million a year for their budget and still has no money to spend and can't hire people. That's a problem. Your schools are failing you here in Lake County. It's hard to run a business. I don't care if you're in Lakeport or Clear Lake or wherever you are, you see empty businesses around you. What I urge you to do as voters is take charge and hold your elected officials accountable. This isn't about me. It's about you as voters. We've become too complacent, not only in Lake County, but in California. It shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this expensive. You can't get fire insurance for your homes anymore. Just to build a house is going to cost you $28,000 just to start that process. I could sit here and tell you all the nice warm fuzzies there are, but it's not. It's a cold, cold world. $68 billion in deficit, $1.2 trillion next year. Where does that money come from? It comes from you. It comes from taxes. No more taxes. Let's see some results from the people we elect. $500,000 we pay for 5 supervisors. It's a lot of money for not many results. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We will now move to John.
Thanks, Rebecca. I believe in brevity. I don't think I'll be using all of my 3 minutes. But I live in Hidden Valley Lake. I've lived there since 2013, and I believe I bring a wealth of diverse experience to the District 1 race. I spent over 2 decades working on national and state issues, serving first as a senior advisor for 2 senators, one a Democrat, one a Republican, and later as chief of staff for a congresswoman from Los Angeles. Along the way, building strong relationships with state, county, and local officials in California. After leaving Capitol Hill, a bit disillusioned by the polarized world in Washington, I chose to make Lake County my home, drawn by fond memories of childhood summers sleeping out on the docks somewhere along Clear Lake. It's the perfect antidote to a chaotic and polarized world that is Washington today. In my 8th year as a county planning commissioner, I've developed a deep understanding of the issues confronting District 1 and the entire county, and established relationships with county department heads and staff. I'm also a board member of the local nonprofit group Hammers for Hope, a little plug, hammersforhope.org, which since 2015, together with faith-based Hope City and AmeriCorps volunteers, has rebuilt 19 homes for those individuals and families who lost everything in the Valley Fire and those fires that came later. Frankly, my entire career has been devoted to community service, and even in these polarized times, I deeply believe that public service is a worthy pursuit. I'm ready to bring that spirit and my work ethic to bear for the people of District 1 and the entire county. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, so with that, we'll move into our first question of the prepared questions, and we will begin with Helen. The question is, the County Planning and Building Department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It is difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem? You will have 2 minutes to answer.
Okay, I think that the red tape has gotten out of control. The costs and the fees have risen dramatically. In the last 20 years, less than 20 years, the permits to build a home, for instance, have went from about $2,500 to over $25,000. And instead of taking about a week, it's taken months to get those permits through the process. And that is in all aspects of doing anything in Lake County. I think I'd heard from one of the previous speakers up here about how it took 2 years to get the pumpkin patch, just the pumpkin patch, right here in Kelseyville, approved so that they could open it. That's ridiculous. They're putting up roadblocks instead of helping us get through the process. I think that government has gotten bigger than what it needs to be. They're making it difficult for us to survive. And I think we need to simplify it. And that's on all aspects. The agriculture is something that is dropping down. And that is one of our bigger economic engines here in Lake County. We need to support our agriculture. We need to support the people behind it. And there's some really cool programs out there. And I know the Farm Bureau has their finger on the pulse of it. And supporting our Farm Bureau would certainly help them to go forward in these programs. The schools are a great place to get the kids interested. And I think there needs to be more outreach in the school programs. And I know that they had mentioned Kelseyville has an FFA program, so does Middletown. But getting it into more of these schools, a lot of these kids, they're not going to see what's out there unless it's shown to them. They don't know about it until they get to see it.
Thank you, Helen. We will now move to Sean. Sean, would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
The County Planning and Building Department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It is difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem?
You know, the first phrase that comes to mind is attitude reflects leadership. And what we see with so many of our departments is they are not given a direction, they're not given a vision, they're not given a focus by leadership. When we look at the policies on the state level, which wind up being reflected in county policies, it doesn't really matter which county you go to, there winds up being that trickle-down effect. There is a strong opposition to agriculture in the state of California. It's viewed as an enemy so often. It's viewed as something to be opposed. That winds up rubbing off at the county level to where at a minimum it's not prioritized. So as to why it takes so long to get the different permits, because they don't want to give you the permits. That's why. That's just plain and simple. It's not just a zero growth policy, it's a negative growth policy. And so often it's not a nefarious thing, it's just a lack of focus. We need to give those folks, our career bureaucrats, that direction of going, no, we need to prioritize ag. We need to prioritize traditional agriculture. We need to invest in ourselves. We need to bet on ourselves. We need to build our local economy, build our local businesses, and provide that the support they need. So really, it's very easy to pass the buck and go, oh, well, the employees, there's not enough people. True, retention's a challenge, recruitment's a challenge. We need to promote from within, we need to recruit locally, and that would be my focus as your supervisor for District 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We will now move to Brian. Brian, would you like me to repeat the question?
I was just going to ask that, yeah.
The County Planning and Building Department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It's difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem?
So I'm gonna see if I can synthesize this, right? So the planning department makes it challenging for farmers to get permits, right? So my solution would be if I knew someone, anyone that worked for the planning department, whether it was like any district planning commissioner, anyone, I would say, why are you making it so hard for my fellow farmers to do their job? And like, why is your department, at this anguish, right? If I just knew someone, and I don't, but just like any official, I would say, hey, our farmers are really struggling. Is there any way that we can make it easier to obtain permits, right? Is that kind of the gist of the question, is how do we make it simple? I mean, yeah, I believe in farmers. I believe in food. I believe in water. So yeah, if we could just, I'd probably go to the planning department and, try to fight for our farmers. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. On to John. The county planning and building department.
Rebecca, I'm good on the question.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. And Brian, you know me. You can always talk to me about those things as a planning commissioner. And I've heard these complaints regularly, and they're legit. It's a process that's taken time to fix. Soon after I became a planning commissioner, I recall being told in early 2017 that by the director of the department then that we were going digital that year, and people, contractors wanting to pull a permit would no longer have to use cash or a check and could actually use a credit card to do the transaction. Well, it's 2024 and that problem does still persist. I do give the current community development director high marks for recruiting and retaining more planning staff and code enforcement officers. Code enforcement is fully staffed out, modernizing department practices, improving communications with the board, and being more accessible to the community. Planning staff are also making much better use of so-called pre-application meetings, where someone applying for a permit can learn up front what the process will require from them, the costs involved, and have a more realistic understanding of the timelines involved. Also, a slew of state, Senate, and Assembly bills became law this year that will have a streamlining effect and accelerate local approval processes and put limits on frivolous environmental lawsuits or the use of CEQA to delay particular projects. That said, the U.S. Supreme Court heard a case on January 10 regarding a Placerville man in El Dorado County over the county's imposition of so-called impact fees on the new construction projects. In his case, over $28,000 was the cost of the fee to build a manufactured home. It's common practice to use impact fees to offset effects of new construction on local infrastructure, but it does seem unfair to me to place a special burden on a small number of people to foot a much larger share of the bill for infrastructure costs that the county cannot always bear alone. But on the other hand, eliminating impact fees could put an enormous squeeze on counties like Lake, as local governments are already restricted from raising
Thank you,
property
John.
taxes.
Thank you. We will now move to Bryn.
If you've ever tried to get a permit, and I'm being in the restaurant business, the food truck business, I've been trying to get an alcohol license. I owned a bar in Orinda, and I had to spend a lot of time dealing with them. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of money. I haven't had to build a house, and if someone said it was $25,000, that would be kind of a deal breaker. Red tape comes from large government. I'm not a large government person. I think we should shrink government. We should streamline the whole application process. I was going to mention that maybe a committee or a liaison to help educate people and inform them on the process. If that exists, then I hope it's really accessible and easy to get a hold of and understand. The CEQA and the environmental impact reports create a lot of legal fees, create a lot of problems, makes it hard to develop. And so people are afraid when CEQA gets involved. It has its place and it's important, but it's starting to spin out of control. So less regulation, lower fees. And as far as impact fees, you can't have growth when you squash growth. When people build, taxes come from that. And with that comes your infrastructure. You can't put the cart in front of the horse by saying, you have to pay because we need to bring garbage up your road. We need growth. We have a lot of problem here. Our growth is stifling, and anything that we can do to promote it, I'm all for.
Thank you. We will now move to our next question, where we will begin with Sean. The question is, water availability and accessibility is a concern for all water users. The success of the agriculture industry heavily depends on reliable and affordable water sources. What will you do to ensure that agricultural water users continue to have access to surface water and groundwater?
You know, with the technologies that we have in place and the groundwater monitoring that we do have going on throughout our county, I'm very familiar with this with the Coyote Valley Basin within my district. We have plentiful water supplies in the county of Lake. I was just going over this with a gentleman yesterday. You know, he was asking me, oh, what about the snowpack? What about this? All the different state issues. Water is a highly regional issue, and it's one of the drawbacks of a one-size-fits-all water policy that so often gets rammed down our throats from the state of California. Is doesn't matter what your water supply is. Gavin Newsom says you got to curtail your use. Doesn't matter if you have a massive aquifer beneath your feet. They want to put meters on your wells and want to look into charging agriculture users for water use. We have a lot of water in the county of Lake. A lot of times that gets missed. Our aquifers recharge very quickly. Coyote Valley Basin, our aquifer recharges in about 2 days of rainfall. That first storm we had this winter season, we were back full almost immediately. We have significant water supplies. It's not the same for the Central Valley. Central Valley, their land is sinking from overpumping. Los Angeles is in a whole world of hurt with the Colorado River. There are real water challenges throughout the state of California. The county of Lake, we do have micro aquifers that wind up getting pumped down, up in the hills. It does affect a number of our users, particularly residential users. But we need to be defending our local water users. We need to advocate for them to make sure that the state knows that we don't have the same problems as Los Angeles. We don't have the same challenges as San Francisco. We're Lake County, and we can take care of our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We will now move to Brian. Brian, would you like me to repeat the question?
The question is about we don't have enough water, right? What to do about water?
Water availability and accessibility is a concern for all water users. The success of the agriculture industry heavily depends on reliable and affordable water sources. What will you do to ensure that agricultural water users continue to have access to surface water and groundwater?
I remember where I was standing the first time I heard that farmers take our water, and that's the reason we don't have any water. And it was at that point I was like, I think I really living in the twilight zone, right? 2023 was the wettest year in 10 years, and 2024 is on pace to be the wettest in the past 100. Those are all facts. Feel free to look them up. And yet we have questions about water availability. I find that absolutely amazing, right? We have more coastline than any other state, yet we still cannot figure out water. 2014, most of us voted to pass a bond to fix our water issues, right? $7.5 billion of your money was going to go to build the water infrastructure. Does anyone know how much of that money was actually used to build water storage? It starts with a zero, okay? All your money went to research, development. That's your money. Once again, that's not being used, right? So when I say we need to make a difference and elect new people, start there, okay? I live in Hidden Valley. There's a levee that no one's ever talked about that's about to blow. No one knows who owns it. Can't get an answer from the county. That thing goes, 150 homes are wiped out and people are going to die. Yet we're sitting here asking ourselves, where are we going to come up with water? It's California, okay? 2024, and we don't know how to fix water. What's next? We don't know how to stop fire. I mean, this is the complacency I'm talking about. We've spent the money to build water, and yet still, 10 years later, the question is, what should we do? Well, hold people accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Now on to John.
Thanks, Rebecca. As Sean said, we're lucky to live in Lake County atop an abundant and rapidly recharging water supply, which, according to the Water Resources Department, will meet about 60% of current urban and agricultural demand. And except for around Clear Lake, groundwater is needed to meet additional demand. But demand for water is only going to grow as our population grows and agricultural production increases. To put that in perspective and to underscore the very real importance of and strength of our ag sector, after tourism and recreation, agriculture is the #2 economic engine driving the county economy, with wine grapes as of 2022 topping the list, followed by pears, field and seed crops, cattle and calves, and miscellaneous livestock rounding out the top 5. Gross production value for agriculture in 2022 increased by 28% over 2021, according to the Agriculture Department. I believe in locally led groundwater management planning. The county must coordinate and collaborate with local agencies and water users to gather better and expanded data, limit overdraft and water quality issues, and better manage groundwater basins by monitoring groundwater levels in storage, construction of recharge storage and recycling projects, for example. The Big Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency is an obvious example of the kind of partnership the county needs to continue. And the county can mount ongoing aggressive public education efforts to promote water conservation by all water users, especially during even more regular periods of extreme drought.
Thank you, John. Now moving on to Bren. Bren, would you like me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Okay. Water availability and accessibility is a concern for all users. The success of the agriculture industry heavily depends on reliable and affordable water sources. What will you do to ensure that agricultural water users continue to have access to surface water and groundwater?
Well, there are some water districts that depend on the water from the lake. Most others are from well water. And like it's been mentioned before, we don't have a water problem as far as our replenishment is concerned. Obviously, if we were struggling, we would have to strike the balance between the residents and agriculture. We're an ag county, so it's great that we have the abundance of water. To see the I think tearing down dams instead of building more reservoirs are something that certainly should be looked at for future water use. If we want to grow, and we do grow, that will be taxed. But thankfully, we do have good replenishment. I know South Middletown is struggling with water, but that's a residential issue, not an ag issue. But it's being, some think, robbed from Gwinnett Resort, and they have a lot of water. Why didn't they drill there? That's my question. So maybe special interest may have something to do with some of these decisions. And are they the loudest? Yes. Are they the majority? No. So, I speak for the silent majority. But as far as ag water is concerned, absolutely we need to promote our agriculture.
Thank you. And finally, on to Helen. Helen, would you like me to repeat the question?
I think I got it.
Perfect.
Thank you. So, water, that's the wrath of life. We need it. And we're lucky to be here because we do have it here. We do need to protect it. And part of that protection doesn't just come from the chemicals and not putting our sewer over our water supply, our toilet over our sink, those type of things like I've seen happen and fought it, but also from our government. We need to protect it from them. As somebody just reminded me of a quote by probably one of the best presidents we've ever had, President Reagan, when he said, one of the 9 scariest words in the English language, I'm with the government and I'm here to help. So, thank you, Katie. I keep leaning on this table. So, anyway, I'm, can you lock them for me? Thank you, darling.
Thanks, man.
So I think I'm really upset about the monitoring of the wells, surface water, as well as well waters in the Kelseyville area. I know that's not my district, but I'm worried about government overreach in that. And I did go to the summit that they had here for the hitch, and in all honesty, I felt it was bogus science that it was used. It was more like there's no nicer way of saying this than an old crook once told me, figures don't lie, but liars figure. And I think that they've got an idea of what they want to do in mind, and they're using the hitch as a way to get that done. So I think we need to protect our waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. We will now be moving on to our third prepared question, and we will start with Brian. Brian, the question is, the agricultural industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in California. What can be done at the local level to keep existing agricultural operations in business and encourage new agricultural growth in Lake County?
What was the very first part of that question?
The agricultural industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in California.
That's good. I'm good. The agriculture community in California is one of the most regulated. I mean, these are farmers. These are what grow our food. I'm hopefully I'm not alone here when people say that. That's a problem, right? I mean, food costs go up, right? We talk about helping those in need, right? Lake County, I saw a stat, almost 6,000 people are food insecure in this county where they don't know where their next meal is coming, right? People are starving. Kids don't know where their next meal is coming from, right? Yet we regulate agriculture. There should be no regulations on agriculture other than some environmental, right? Because there's things to do, but we need farmers to grow food so we can eat food, right? I have 3 children, and I don't like when kids are starving. And we live in a county where that's happening all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We will now move to John. John, do you need me to repeat the question?
No, thanks, Rebecca. I don't pretend to be an expert on this subject, but in a way I think of the agriculture industry, like many others, as self-regulating. By that I mean changing weather conditions, changing demand and consumer preferences in many ways determine what farmers grow in the ground. Who would have predicted 10 to 15 years ago that legal cannabis would have emerged as a dominant crop on the Lake County landscape? But based upon voter support for legal cannabis production and use, it has. As a planning commissioner, given the way cannabis grow applications have come to fill most of the commission meeting agendas, it can almost certainly be considered the leading type of new agricultural growth in Lake County. How many acres of walnuts, once a predominant crop here, have been torn out to accommodate cannabis and wine grapes? And how many wine grape growers now devote some portion of their acreage to cannabis? Back in the late 60s and early 70s, I understand that local farmers and ranchers were often opposed to the emergence of vineyards and the production of wine grapes, and considered that industry a threat to traditional agriculture. And look at the importance of wine grapes to county agricultural revenues now. In terms of protecting existing agricultural operations, as someone who was involved in the drafting of the first county cannabis ordinance, along with my friend Tony Scully, provisions were created to preserve areas of prime farmland of local importance, and unique farmland for traditional agriculture. A diverse agricultural base makes the most sense to me. Personally, I would not want our county to be covered in vineyards alone. One of the great pleasures of touring around our county in Clear Lake is our stunning and diverse environment. And I enjoy seeing cattle, horses, and sheep and other creatures as part of the viewscape here.
Thank you, John. Now to Bren. Bren, would you like me to repeat the question?
No, thank you. So, agriculture is our biggest economic driver, or one of them, and I'm for encouraging growth, as I've said before. Striking the balance between regulation and overuse of fertilizers and pesticides is why we have them. If they're overregulated and the regulation isn't about overuse of pesticides and insecticides, then I'm certainly against that. I'm not for regulation at all as well. But we have groundwater and it needs to be preserved. So, for example, cannabis growers. When you give a rogue cannabis grower, it's well known in Humboldt County, they'll come up and they will toxify the land with their pesticide and their chemicals. And so it being highly regulated for legal grows, that's great. But because of that, and we have groundwater, Fresno has probably some of the worst air in the state, because when the pesticides and the chemicals go airborne, they all float into Fresno. And when I went there to visit, I was hearing this on the radio and I was kind of blown away, but I was getting some kind of weird itch from it. So that regulation is important, but other regulation, I'm not a farmer, I'm a chef, and I'm also, working to be your supervisor. So you have to look carefully at what these regulations are and promote the agriculture, not stifle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on to Helen. Helen, would you like me to repeat the question?
I think I got it. Thank you. Okay, so Agriculture, as we know, is being heavily regulated. It is probably the most regulated in California, is our crops and our agriculture. So I think it was Cal Poly that had done a study, and the regulations are up about 800% in the last decade on agriculture. So that's pretty much putting up roadblocks. That's not helping us, that's hindering us. There's been a lot of the crops and especially with the livestock that are being forced out of California. Recently, I think January 1st is one of them, we can't even buy vaccinations for our animals. So if an animal gets sick, if you've got a $50 goat and it needs some antibiotics or something, they want you to have a $500 vet bill to take care of that $50 goat when we've always done it ourselves. So are the laws in California and the government getting in the way of us taking care of our crops, our livestock? Absolutely. I think it needs to be rolled back like Alice Walton rolling back Walmart, rolling back the prices. Rolling back the prices and the regulations is what we need to do.
Thank you, Helen. And finally to Sean. Sean, would you like me to repeat the question?
No, I think I've got it. And yes, agriculture is heavily regulated in the state of California. When we look at the state policies, you can see that definite shift where California began to view itself as, we're going to be this tech center, this tech hub, thinking that there was some reason that tech needed California. Tech doesn't need California. Other states are eating our lunch on tech. We have an opening in time, an opportunity to be able to eat the lunches of those other states when it comes to agriculture. And when I say agriculture, you say ag, many people think many different things. Some people think Monsanto giant factory farms. Other people think, wine grapes. I love my wine grapes. It's fine. Or they think you're talking about cannabis. I'm talking about small scale, locally focused, sustainable, generally herds, as well as vegetables, fruits, stone fruits, nuts, etc. The sorts of things that you can eat and the sorts of things that improve the image of our county. I want us as a county to be to those things that you eat, to meat especially, as Napa County is to wine. And those opportunities are available, and I think that could really put us on the map and build our local economy. When it comes to leadership has to realize that part of our role is going to be combative with the state over those regulations. We need to understand that they do not have our best interests at heart, and we need to stand up for our local growers, our local ranchers, and represent the interests of our people here, not in lockstep with party politics, Washington politics, or Sacramento.
Thank you, Sean. We will now be moving to our fourth question of the prepared questions, and we will begin with John. John, the question is, this next question is a general government question. Explain to us the different revenue sources for Lake County government. Are there any taxes or fees you will attempt to raise or lower if you are elected?
Thank you. I apologize, this sounds a little wonky, but when you're talking about taxes, how can you avoid it? I attended the recent Board of Supervisors 2024 Visioning Workshop recently, where presentations were made by all department heads regarding 2023 milestones and the outlook for 2024. The County Administrative Officer gave a fiscal presentation, part of which focused on the types of county tax revenue streams. She listed property taxes, estimated to be $20.4 million in 2023-24, sales and use taxes, transient occupancy taxes, special taxes, vehicle license fees, impact fees for new construction, which, as I mentioned earlier, are now in legal limbo, cannabis fees and taxes, which led to $2.1 million being dispersed to various departments in the last fiscal year. And as an aside, the CAO also confirmed that the 50% reduction in the cannabis tax would continue through 2024. Also, a couple of taxes that I honestly wasn't aware of. The Bradley Burns tax, which imposes a statewide rate of 1.25%, of which 1% is allocated to counties to use at their discretion, and the remainder distributed to support county transportation programs. And Proposition 172, which places a 0.5% sales tax in the California Constitution to be used only for local public safety activities. These are the primary funding sources for many county services. To be candid, reducing impact fees might be worth considering, but to be honest, I would need to spend some time with the county treasurer tax collector to understand better the effects of reducing any taxes or fees, including impact fees, that would have an effect on the county's bottom line. It's the first meeting I would arrange to have when I become county supervisor.
Thank you, John. We'll now move to Bren. Bren, would you like me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Okay. The next question is a general government question. Explain to us the different revenue sources for Lake County government. Are there any taxes or fees you will attempt to raise or lower if you are elected?
Well, I think John broke it down pretty good, so I'm not going to go through all those stats. I was going to say basically the same thing, but not without such specificity. What I've learned being on the board of Hidden Valley is you have a budget, and people just believe that they can tax their way through the spending. The dues will go up, don't worry about it. I'm a fiscal conservative, and as a business owner and a chef consultant, I am hired to come into places that are losing money, and I have to find a way to keep that restaurant, make it more successful, but also make it more profitable. So what you're looking for is you're looking for waste and redundancy. Usually always comes down to labor. If your food cost is out of control and your liquor cost is out of control, that's absolutely controllable. So one of the things you can control as well is your labor. So what I've noticed, and I've talked to former general managers and other treasurers, is that they don't have the same stance as I do. They kind of go along to get along. I looked at that budget line for line. I had to write my own budget so we wouldn't get a dues increase. It's pretty easy to find waste in a bureaucracy. So as far as taxes are concerned, I think although that 2.1 million that we get in fees for the cannabis grow should exist, I think we should go back to its original tax date. They got the 50% tax break, and for what? Now we have cannabis grows next to neighborhoods, and we're not getting any revenue from it. So it sort of defeats its own purpose. So it takes a keen eye to look at, a budget and go line for line and find ways to reduce the redundancy and the waste, and maybe hire the right people, more police, or give people a raise. If you have 1,000 people making $16 an hour and you only need 500, you cut that in half and give everyone the lion's share, and the county keeps the rest. We're all winning. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryn. We will now move on to Helen. Helen, would you like me to repeat the question?
No, I've got it. Thank you. I have looked at the budget. Looking at it, it was broke down in such a way, I need to go over it more thoroughly to completely understand it, and that has to do with the spreadsheets and the codings in it. So I do know that the property taxes, there's road taxes are through your license into your vehicles and your fuel taxes that go to the state. We need to be getting more of that in to be fixing our roads. Our roads are in poor shape. Let me see. I'm going to have to pass on that. I need to look it over more.
Thank you, Helen. We will now move to Sean. Would you like me to repeat the question?
I think I've got it. So we've gone over where all the different revenue sources are. It's property tax, we have bed tax, we have sales tax, we have all the different fees, etc. Then the question of, do you want to raise taxes, or can we cut the taxes, etc.? The bigger question is, it's not how can we stifle growth even more than we already have, which we have. We need to grow our local economy. Over the past 7 years, our real gross domestic product, once you adjust it for inflation, has dropped almost $400 million. We went from $2.2 billion to $1.8 billion. We experience annually $600 million of economic leakage out of our county, and we have a backlog of $332 million of road work that needs to be done in our county. And that bill's going to keep on going up the more that's pushed off. We need to build our economy here. We need to build our businesses here. We've been overly reliant on grants. Once again, They're offering the money. We'll take the money. But that's a means, not an end. Our end needs to be pursuing that self-sufficiency and doing everything we can to change that direction, turn that tide, reverse those trends. When you go over those budgets, when you go over the data from the Fed, when you go over the data from DOT and from the state, you can see we have a very bad trend going on for our businesses, and it's hurting our county, it's hurting our revenues, and we need at the leadership level to be focused on doing everything we can to turn that around in a sustainable way, not a short-term way, but in a long-term way to be able to build generational prosperity for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Moving on to our final response to this question. Brian, would you like me to repeat the question?
Taxes, a lot of taxes. John pointed some new taxes out to me. When I moved here in 2014, I thought I was going after the California dream. I thought I was going after an opportunity where not only could I prosper, but I could help my kids prosper. My kids are fifth generation Californians, so it kind of made sense to come here. And we pay more in taxes than any other state, and what do we have to show for it, right? We pay more in gas tax, more per gallon than any other state. $1.13 is going to roads, but we have the fourth worst roads in the country, right? I mean, what am I getting for my tax dollars? I would love to live in a state. I'd love to live where my roads were amazing, my schools were top 5. Healthcare, anyone know what healthcare is in California? It's 26th. Right? I mean, we spend more for universal health care in California and get nothing out of it. So I guess to answer the question, would I support raising taxes? No, not until I saw something I got from it, right? And it seems like all I see from my elected officials is them voting themselves to raise, right? $90,000 to be a supervisor. The median income is $48,000 in Lake County. So, yeah, I think time to start giving some money back to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. We will now move to our 5th and final question of the prepared questions before accepting questions from the audience. Just a reminder, if you do have questions you'd like to submit, please submit them via note card or by scanning the QR code. With that, we will begin with Bryn. Bryn, the question is, please explain what you believe the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County to be, and how you will continue supporting the industry as a Lake County supervisor.
Well, the economic impact of agriculture of Lake County is big. It's one of our largest economic drivers, especially viticulture and winemaking. Pears and walnuts, and actually firewood, used to dominate the economic landscape here. I would, of course, continue to support agriculture industry as supervisor, and would meet with this group and others to see how I can help. You know, being a supervisor, you need to meet a lot of people, and if I was elected, I would want to meet almost every employee, and that is a daunting task. So when we talk about hours spent working this full-time job, which it would be, that is something that I certainly would be doing. Small organic farms should be encouraged and marketed, as many as who can afford to seek it out. You know, as a chef at Twin Pine, like I said before, I work with these organic farmers and I help them form a co-op, and getting people to embrace that is a powerful message, and I think we should pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryn. We will move to Helen. Helen, would you like me to repeat the question?
Please.
Please explain what you believe the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County to be, and how you will continue supporting the industry as a Lake County supervisor.
I think it's huge. I think it's among the top 2, for sure the top 3 in Lake County. I think that there's a wide variety of agriculture here. We have some phenomenal lands. This is a great place for growing. We're blessed to be here. We're blessed to live here. That is actually why I'm running. I think that one of the areas that we can support and some innovative ideas would be including our tourism into Lake County for the ag. I know that Six Sigma is putting in some buildings there and bringing in more tourists to that area, which is really cool. And it took them a long time to get through the process. I think simplifying the permit process, slimming down some of the government regulations that are unnecessary. I'm not saying there is not necessary regulation, but I'm saying that they've overdone it. They've overstepped their bounds, and it's hindering the process. It's hurting our people. So I know I talked to Christian at Six Sigma the other day, and when they filled out their permits, they called, found out what they needed, took it in to the planning department, and he ended up with a different planner. When they looked at it, they said, oh, no, you need this, 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 and this. So even though he had done it to comply with what he was given, the information he was given by one, the other one, it wasn't good enough. And it cost a lot more money and took a lot more time. So the miscommunications, the different views, the ambiguity of the way that the rules are written, and somebody wanting more, it makes it difficult. So I think I'm actually on the Farm Bureau. We actually do raise sheep, goats, horses. I'm a big fan, and I'd do what I could.
Thank you, Helen. Moving on to Sean. Sean, would you like me to repeat the question?
Sure.
Please explain what you believe the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County to be, and how you will continue supporting the industry as a Lake County supervisor.
I believe that agriculture in Lake County is our future. It's the thing that we are uniquely suited to above all else. And I think that can work hand in hand with tourism as well. When I talk to the kids at the FFA clubs, particularly over at Lower Lake, you ask a young man what he wants to do, what he's looking forward to doing after he gets out of high school. And he'll unironically tell you he wants to be a cowboy. And he's bright as all get out. And he will have a whole plan of exactly how he's going to do that. And maybe in the off season when he's not running cows, he'll be framing, or he's running concrete, or he's doing something else. But he wants to put down roots here. Or the young gal who wants to be a vet, or just on down the line. All those different things. Those kids that love our land, they want to build a future here. They want to raise future generations here. That is our future, and we need to invest in that. There's always going to be folks that want to, run off to the city and do that, and that's fine. There's no degree to which we can change the nature of our local community that will keep those kids here. You're going to go find yourself in the city? By all means, that's why it exists. We offer something different, and eventually that second group of kids will come back too. And I would be a fierce defender of our local community spirit, our local community nature, and of our future as a traditional agricultural community as well. Innovating and looking for new solutions, ways for us to do that better, cleaner, and more profitably as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Moving on to Brian. Would you like me to repeat the question?
No, Sean said his son wanted to be a farmer. My son wants to be a Jedi. I was kind of trying to figure that out. Like, can my son hang out with your son? Pro farming, pro agriculture. Farmers bring food. Something else that I think that kind of fits that line is bring back the cattle industry. Lake County has a history of the cattle industry, and unfortunately land is so expensive and it's become so out of touch to bring that. And so there's a lot of land that we could use, and so not only agriculture, but cattle.
Thank you. And finally to John. John, would you like me to repeat the question?
No, thanks. I addressed this question in a way a bit earlier in another answer, but it's worth repeating that the number 2 economic engine driving the county economy is agriculture. Wine grapes, as of 2022, topping the list, followed by pears, field and seed crops, but then cattle and calves and miscellaneous livestock round out the top 5. The overall production value for agriculture in 2022 totaled $107 million, $98,745. That's a very important number to the county. I'm a graduate of the California Women in Agriculture Ag Venture Program, class of 2018. I learned about the county's rich history of agriculture and saw producers and workers up close and personal. Most impressive was the universal commitment to the land, the animals and crops, and to protecting the legacy of those who farmed before them. Our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners deserve our admiration and the support of the Board of Supervisors. While we might not always see eye to eye, you will always have my respect, and as your supervisor, my door will always be open to you.
Thank you, John. That concludes our portion of prepared questions. We will now move into questions from the audience. Again, if you'd like to submit a question, there are note cards available, and our monitor will collect those. You can also submit them via QR code. So we will begin with questions from the audience. You will have 1 minute to respond to each question. A supervisor's position is very time consuming. Would your plan to be to become a full-time supervisor, or would you try and juggle a full-time job while supervisor? And we'll begin with John.
I would not try to juggle a full-time job. I'm semi-retired. My only professional commitment currently is county planning commissioner, which I would immediately resign from once I became supervisor. There's no question that being a supervisor isn't a 9 to 5 Monday through Friday position. It's 7 days a week. There's evenings involved when you have to go to the people and meet with them when they're free, when they finish their day of regular work.
Thank you, John. Now to Bryn.
Well, I've already made that statement and be fully committed. I left a position that I was consulting at just for this campaign. Being on the board, it's all volunteer and trying to do a job, and it was part-time. I had no free time, and I would never do that to myself again. Although my work there, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about how to run a small city, which is why I'm sitting right here. I already have kind of a plan of what I would do if elected, and it's just not enough time in the day. So, of course, it would be a full-time job, and I would do nothing else.
Thank you. To Helen.
Oh, it looks to me like it's absolutely going to be a full-time job. And I don't think there's any question about that, and I think probably all of us up here believe that. And I think we all plan on giving it our full attention. You know, we've talked a little bit about, we've heard people talk about public service. Most of us up here, when we did public service, we didn't receive a check. Not all of us, but most of us did. We did it for free. We did it out of the goodness of our hearts for the betterment of the community. And whether I make it in or whether I don't, I'll still be doing that for the kids, for our youth, for the people in our communities. So yes, it's a full-time job.
Thank you, Helen. And to Sean.
You know, it's absolutely a full-time commitment, and far more than that, it is a job, but it's also life. It's a devotion and it's a dedication of mine. I'm deeply passionate about these issues, as everybody that has dealt with me knows that this is what I eat, breathe, drink, and I will go on and on and on for hours and hours with just about anybody who's willing to ask questions and go over it. We have a stack of projects this tall that need to be addressed. I wouldn't have time for hardly anything else. It's a full-time commitment, and I'm looking forward to serving you guys if I get elected on March 5th, 2024.
Thank you. Next to Brian.
The reason I initially got involved in this race is because I've reached out to my District 1 supervisor 13 times, and I've never heard back. Isn't that right, Moke? You get paid a lot of money to apparently be not many places in Lake County. I've never seen the District 2 supervisor at any of these forums. I've never seen District 3, right? I mean, imagine not caring about other districts' needs and still getting paid all that money. That's the problem with politics, right? Is we shouldn't be talking about candidates. We should be asking our elected officials, where have you been and what are you doing? Because it's all of Lake County. It's not just District 1. It's not just District 2 or 1, 3, or 4, or 5, right? Lake County as a whole has issues and is hurting. And so you need to ask yourself, are you going to serve the needs of everybody in Lake County, just not District 1 and just not your special interest, right? I haven't seen a lot done in District 1, and I look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is, this last board voted 4-1 to approve the Butts Canyon project. It will be a disaster in my opinion. Not my opinion, but someone's. Anyways, how do you feel about a Chinese town being built near Middletown? And we'll start with Bryn.
Well, there's a lot of consternation about that project. Water rights is at the top of the list. Why is it there? How did it get passed? That's something I would really like to get into. It's definitely cause for concern. Will it bring growth? Maybe. Will it bring tax revenue? Probably. But what is its use? And I think it's a resort for the billionaires or something. So if it brings us revenue and it promotes growth, I'm for it. If it's stealing water while they have water, I'm not for it. So I would have to take a deep dive into that.
Thank you, Bryn. We'll move on to Helen. Helen, would you like me to reread the question?
No, I got it. Thank you. Okay, you're talking about the Maha project on Gwinnett is what they're talking about. Gwinnett is a 22,000 acre ranch, Langtree Ranch. The proposed project has 5 hotels, 50 rooms each, 1,000 homes, several golf courses. It is a very high end. I think they said something like $30,000 a night to stay there. It's huge. It's massive. My holding point on it, though it could be massive for the county. Financially, you can't deny the tax base, the tax revenue that we would be bringing in would be huge and could do us a lot of good. The biggest issue for me, the sticking point for me, is that they bought a well that's like 1,200 gallons a minute right there by the cemetery in Middletown on Butts Canyon, Joe Sullivan's place. And it
Thank you, Helen.
Oh, shoot. That's something I knew about.
We will now be moving on to Sean. Sean, would you like me to reread the question?
No, I think I got it. So when it comes to the Gwinnett project, I've always looked at it with skepticism. I generally bring 2 dispositions to any potential project: skepticism and curiosity. My biggest problem with just the concept of the project is access issues. Not for the people there in the project. They don't exist. They aren't there. My interest is serving the people who live in our community now. And so often, evacuations are extremely difficult, especially all into that bowl, getting out Butts Canyon, over the mountain, etc. We can wind up getting cut off, and it has happened, and it can be very dangerous. I've spoken with folks who survived Paradise, folks who survived out in Georgetown Gap, never mind all the times I've wound up evacuating. That's a very challenging area to get folks out of, and we don't need more housing as much as we need more economic opportunities for the people we have now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And on to Brian.
I'm a firm believer that I don't want to tell people what to do on their own land. Foreign, it's a problem. Largest landowner in Napa is Japanese, and so you're losing a lot of American land to foreign entities. That's just a fact, whether it's in farmland in Nebraska or in the Midwest or here, even California. The project would bring jobs, but at the same time, $30,000 a night, golf courses, restaurant, 100 homes. There's 130 some homes for sale in Hidden Valley, and so you can talk this big game, but I'd be interested to see it because I don't think that's ever actually going to come to fruition. So,
Thank you, Brian. And lastly to John.
Thank you. I'm a big supporter of the Gwinnett project. I believe it could be a game changer not only for South County, but could be a template for all levels of development and recreation and additional tourism and hotel tax revenues for the county. The plan was put on hold. There was a lawsuit that the Attorney General from the state of California joined. He has withdrawn his objections, and Gwinnett will be resubmitting its plan to the county this month. And it's a revised plan. The footprint is much smaller, there is more housing and fewer hotel rooms. The fire suppression plan, which I thought was very good, I'm probably one of the only people on the Planning Commission who put eyes on most of the 3,500 pages of that EIR. And I believe the new proposal will also include even better fire suppression plans with egress and access part of that equation. I think they'll be building workforce housing in Middletown.
Thank you, John. We will now move to our next question, which is, would you support or not support a tax on groundwater? And we will begin with Helen.
No, absolutely not. Nope, and I'm totally opposed to them monitoring and requiring the monitoring of the wells in the Kelseyville area due to the hitch fish, the $500 a day fine for anybody that does not comply. I don't know how many of you in the room have gotten those letters yet. They were sent out January 31st, I believe. And no, I'm opposed to it. I'm opposed to big government. I think they need to step back, get out of our way. Let us live. I know that there's been somebody, am I getting close? Somebody here that thinks that we're not smart enough to take care of ourselves. That's not me. I believe, here, hold my beer, kind of a statement. Get out of our ways and let us live.
Thank you, Helen. And on to Sean. Would you support or not support a tax on groundwater?
I would be firmly opposed to that. The job of the supervisor, the job of a representative in our government is to represent the interests of our people, the people of the county of Lake. There are many special interests who do not deserve representation by the county of Lake, who would love to use the Endangered Species Act as a cudgel over the folks who live here, the folks who have businesses here, and it's the job of our supervisors to defend our people and our interests and to take a stand against those camel nose under the tent sort of approaches. And we need to stand firm against that while remaining in compliance with the Endangered Species Act. Thank you.
Thank you. And on to Brian.
No.
Thank you. On to John.
My answer is no.
Okay. So we will now move on to our next question from the audience, and we will begin with Sean. The question is, while agriculture is important for our economy, small family farms and wineries do not employ a lure of people. What are your plans to bring more jobs to the county, thereby growing our economy?
Yes. So one of the big things, we'll look at, we look at the existing farmland we have, and I've gone over this with folks. One of the challenges that we have, particularly in District 1, is you have many miles of wildlands. They're privately owned. They're oftentimes owned by LLCs that are operating rogue cannabis operations. I would like to see those lands converted to what they were prior to settlement and western migration, which was oak woodlands. And I believe the way we do that is with sustainable herd management, pursuing policies, community investment groups, local co-ops to do sustainable agriculture that would benefit our soil, benefit our land, and benefit our people. And I believe that would grow our economy. I don't necessarily have a great desire to see more people here. We have experienced growth from 2012 to 2022. We had 1,100 people come here. We need to focus on jobs for the people we have. Thank you.
Thank you. On to Brian. Would you like me to repeat the question?
What was it?
What are your
Small business, yes.
Okay.
California ranks 49th in terms of friendliness to small businesses. This country was founded on small business, yet once again, we live in an area that does nothing for small business. I would take some of that $400 million budget every year and help subsidize and help attract businesses to Lake County. We all see the empty businesses, whatever town you're in, right? That's a problem. So I would try to help bring in business by, I hate subsidizing, but you need to encourage small business to come to Lake County. These businesses are empty and open, and yeah.
Thank you. On to John. John, would you like me to repeat the question?
Sure.
While agriculture is important to our economy, small family farms and wineries do not employ lots of people. What are your plans to bring more jobs to the county, thereby growing our economy?
Sure. Middletown, Lower Lake, Clear Lake, for the most part, consist of small businesses. There are some big box stores like Big Five, Walmart, of course, but small businesses drive this economy as much as the agriculture drives the number 2 part of our economy. And again, referring to Gwinnett, I've talked with construction trades who are excited about the project, and they believe that over time it will create hundreds of jobs, apprenticeships, and perhaps jobs even in the thousands over the first year of the build-out. And I believe that we have to proceed with broadband build-out and increase connectivity and have it in place for companies that want to establish a base here in Lake County rather than invest in that themselves. We have to be business ready. We have to have well-paying jobs for our young people. Not everybody's going to be a farmer. I respect farmers, of course, obviously, but we need a diverse mix of jobs in District 1 and Lake County.
Moving on to Bryn. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Please.
While agriculture is important for our economy, small family farms and wineries do not employ lots of people. What are your plans to bring more jobs to the county, thereby growing our economy?
One of the things I learned at the judge's breakfast, and it was fascinating, the algorithms of how you're being tracked by your phone, terrifying. But one of the things and everywhere you go, you're tracked. So all this information is for sale. They know that if you go to Walmart, X amount of people will go to McDonald's. A lot of Walmarts have McDonald's in them. They were struggling to find businesses to occupy the other across the street from Walmart, and they found them. So certain businesses go well with other businesses. And the goal of the city, and I've learned this from the city manager, Alan of Clear Lake, is to attract businesses that want to be next to other businesses. And they know they do well together. I know it's kind of high-minded, but it's the truth. And he laid it out for us. Some businesses won't go anywhere unless there's a Starbucks nearby. So you have to understand these dynamics to bring in businesses for long-term growth and lots of jobs. Not one big thing where everyone gets a job and then it's built and only a few people work there.
Thank you, Bryn. And finally to Helen. Helen, would you like me to repeat the question?
Please.
While agriculture is important for our economy, small family farms and wineries do not employ lots of people. What are your plans to bring more jobs to the county, thereby growing our economy?
Okay, going back, I hate to keep hitting on the permit process, but there you have it. You know, I was talking to a business in Lower Lake the other day, a well-known business, family business, been there a few generations. And while I was there, he had two groups of people wanting to go out and do their job. They were sitting on their hands at the shop because they were not able to go do it because they were waiting on permits. And he let me know that last year, 2023, they left over $2 billion on the table in work that they could not do because of the red tape, the hoops they have to jump through to get those projects done. So I think loosening up this purse strings, loosening up the red tape here at the county is going to be key to letting people do the projects that they want to do.
Thank you, Helen. Moving on to our next question, we will begin with Brian. The question is, I've heard a lot of agritourism mentioned. How would you feel about cannabis tourism?
Like cannabis tourism, like where you'd come up here and use cannabis and then like play in a play gym and like water slides and have like all you could eat candy and cookies. That sounds awesome, and I totally support that. I mean, because I've been high once or twice in my life, and it always seems kind of a different kind of experience. So I guess, yeah, I definitely want like a water park there though, and yeah, all you could eat food.
Buffet.
Buffet, yeah. Yep, I'm in.
Thanks, Brian. Moving on to John. John, do you need me to repeat the question?
Please.
I've heard agritourism mentioned. How would you feel about cannabis tourism?
There have been a very small number of projects that have come through the Planning Commission, applications that relate to cannabis and growing that include a tourism component, a visiting component. There have been hundreds of applications, and I can think of maybe 3 that included that component. Those were approved. None of them are being pursued. I don't know whether it's misjudging what the market wants or whether it's misjudging what is the best fit for Lake County, but I'm not aware of any such projects moving forward at this time. And frankly, I don't think it's ever going to be some kind of breakthrough moment for the county to include that in the mix.
Thank you, John. Moving on to Bryn. Do you need the question repeated?
No, it's Rich. I'm just still cracking up over Brian. Yeah, it comes with a free seafood buffet. Most pot growers don't want anyone traipsing through their drug-filled land. They want to keep it to themselves. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a cannabis tourism. What is that? Is it tours of the pot fields? I'm sure a lot of potheads would love to see big giant buds growing. They're pretty cool looking when they're in their full-on splendor, like any flower or thing. I'm an avid gardener. but I don't see it ever happening. You know, I don't even know what it means.
Thank you. Moving on to Helen. Do you need the question repeated?
No, I got it. Thank you, hon. No, I like thinking outside the box. I'm pretty comfortable out there. The cannabis is something that it's been kind of hard for me to warm up to. I've never smoked a joint in my life, but I have been learning over the years about the benefits of it. And it's here now. It's been passed. It's going. I think the ones next that are out kind of away from the homes are probably smarter placed. I have talked to the Bar X about that very thing, the cannabis tours. And I know that they can't have, for control reasons, they can't have people down in the plants. But I think along with that, if that something like that does happen, it's more of an educational type thing. And they also need to be talking about the harm that it does, the consequences along with that, with their education.
Thank you, Helen. And finally, on to Sean. Do you need the question repeated?
No, I think I got it. So, you know, it's a business. I don't believe in government picking winners and losers when it comes
That's
to
right.
business. I don't see how it would wind up penciling out. The cannabis industry has already had a very hard time in the state of California because of, you know, sensible regulations vis-a-vis the pesticides and fertilizers and that sort of thing, to the point where the county's been subsidizing the cannabis industry. If they want to figure out how to make cannabis tourism work, I would love to see their plan, but I definitely wouldn't want the county subsidizing that operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. We will now move on to our next question from the audience. Rebuilding after fire. Everyone has to move because no one can rebuild, so they move. Why do we use Sacramento and Marin codes here in Lake County? And we'll begin with John.
I don't understand the point about Marin codes in Lake County. We have our own ordinances and codes and regulations. Right,
Yeah, so I mean, I can read you the question again,
sure.
if you'd like. Everyone has to move because no one can rebuild. Why do we use Sacramento codes and Marin codes here in Lake County? I believe the question is referencing building codes and the
Right.
difficulty to rebuild after fire. Maybe that provides some
Sure.
guidance.
Well, we were in a housing deficit before even the first big one, the Valley Fire of 2015 hit. And it's essential that we build not only that housing back, but grow additional housing. We're going to be growing in the next decade, and people are going to be attracted to Lake County and want to be able to purchase a home here for the most part. And if those homes aren't available, one, we lose that interest, and two, the price of the homes that are available continue just to grow up. But there's a lot of action at the building department right now in terms of pulling permits for new housing and construction, affordable housing, workforce housing. The Valley Oaks project just outside of Hidden Valley Lake, if it's ever built out completely, could create as much as 300 new homes.
Thank you, John. Moving on to Bren. Bren, would you like the question repeated?
Sure.
Rebuilding after fires. Everyone has to move because no one can rebuild. Why do we use Sacramento and Marin codes here in Lake County?
I have no idea. I mean, why would we copy one of the wealthiest counties in the country for anything? They have all the money in the world in Marin County, except in the city of Marin. Is it because they're too lazy to do it? We're a very unique place, and we need to have unique regulations and unique codes. We're starving for housing, we're starving for jobs, and we're looking to Marin County and Sacramento, of all places, to copy our rules. We've been in existence long enough where we need to find people that can craft these rules and craft these regulations that are specific to us, that help us.
Thank you. Moving on to Helen. Do you need the question repeated?
Yeah, go ahead.
Rebuilding after fires. Everyone has to move because no one can rebuild. Why do we use Sacramento and Marin codes here in Lake County?
You know, I think it's a shame that we do. I'm one that lost my home in the Valley Fire. It took me about 3 years to get something in. Because my insurance company only paid for half the house, I ended up having to go with a modular home. And part of that wasn't just the cost of building going up, the materials going up, but also all the other requirements that they put in place that I needed to have with the sprinklers and the the tanks holding water and etc. that are bypassed if you do a modular home. So what do we want to see here? Do we want to see modular homes or do we want to see stick-built homes? I want to see stick-built homes, but they're making it difficult, and that's probably one of the reasons why. The housing numbers have dropped dramatically over the last decade or two, and it has a lot to do with our county government.
Thank you. Finally, moving on to Sean.
So, our county takes part in the Universal Building Code, which state of California has as well. And most people don't realize just how onerous that code is until they go to rebuild their home. I have several projects I've been working on that are dealing with just this when it comes to how much foundations have changed and framing and all the different things that are affected. Once again, this is an intentional posture from the state of trying to move people towards denser multifamily type housing. You wind up seeing the giant monoliths, megaliths that are being built all over Santa Rosa, and that comes from HUD funding. Whenever you hear the critical need for housing, and you don't see that reflected in actual population rise, we're projected to have a population drop, they're talking about bringing in low-income housing and not economic opportunity for the people who are here, and importing people from the cities, from San Francisco, from Sacramento, people who are on assistance. That's what's being talked about when people are talking about a critical need for housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And on to Brian. Brian, do you need the question repeated?
No, fires happen all the time here in California. They get worse and worse, and they burn down people's homes, and then you can't rebuild them because you can't get fire insurance. And then not only that, you have the insurance code, both 530 and 532, both really affect the ability to retrieve money back from your insurance code because it talks about peril in a dangerous zone, and sometimes you can't have two different concurring issues with that. And so, yeah, how do you, but that being said, when we build this weed carnival, right, with the zip lines into the lake and the jumpy houses, I think people are going to want to come to Lake County, and maybe it could be like the next Portland, which I think is kind of happening in place right now. And so, yeah, I think if anyone wants to go in business with me on that idea, I'll be here afterwards.
Thank you. Now moving on to our next question. We'll start with Bren. The question reads, what are the tribal nations within your district? How do you plan to uplift our marginalized neighbors, such as people of color, tribal citizens, and the LGBTQ community of all ages?
Can you repeat that question?
I certainly can. What are the tribal nations within your district? How do you plan to uplift our marginalized neighbors, such as people of color, tribal citizens, and the LGBTQ community of all ages?
Well, I work for the Pomo Rancheria at Twin Pine. I've worked for Robinson, Shokawa, Coyote Valley. The only thing left is Canocti Vista Harbor. Then I can say I've worked for all of them. I don't know what tribe is in Lower Lake. I apologize. As far as building people up, I believe that everyone should get an equal chance. I don't think that they should be picked out or built up over anyone else. That can lead to reverse discrimination. I think people here are really cool. They're very nice, and everyone wants everyone to succeed here. I came from the city, and when I moved here, the people I meet are all so cool. So I don't have a plan to build anyone up. I think we should all be built up together.
Thank you. Moving on to Helen. Helen, do you need the question repeated?
Nope. I concur with Boyd here. I think that rising tide floats all boats. I think that when you start picking out groups or ethnics, I think you're looking staring right back in the face of discrimination. So I think we need to join together as one people, all of us. We're all Americans, and that's where we need to go.
Thank you. Moving on to Sean. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, I think I've got it. We have the Middletown Rancheria, the Band of Pomos, and they've been great partners for our community. And it's important to understand that our tribal partners are independent sovereign nations under the administration of the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs. I fully expect them to advocate for their people's best interests. We're right on board with that. It's just fine. As much as we can find overlap on things, we're great. Everybody benefits from better schools, better roads, better public safety. We can pull together as partners. But the job of the county supervisor is to represent specifically the people of the county of Lake. They have tribal representation. They're partners on many things, but they also have their own interests, which can sometimes be separate than ours. And it's my job to represent all the people within my district, but specifically the interests of the people of the county of Lake.
Thank you. Moving on to Brian. Would you like the question to be repeated?
Absolutely, it's a good one.
Okay. What are the tribal nations within your district? How do you plan to uplift our marginalized neighbors, such as people of color, tribal citizens, and the LGBTQ community of all ages?
So the tribal nations just within my district or all districts?
District 1.
I find that question to be really excluding other tribal nations. I myself am 12% Chippewa, so maybe I should be included in that. Like a lot of my co-candidates up here, I don't really see marginalized groups, but I do see benefits in it. I'm going to law school at McGeorge, and so in the very second question they asked me if I was LGBTQ, I just checked all of them, and I've actually gotten a bunch of scholarships, so I'm actually for segregating certain groups. I mean, I'm a single dad of 3 kids, and so I needed a leg up, and so I just identified all of them, so I'm for it. Thank you.
Moving on to John. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, thanks. I believe there are some 15 different tribes in Lake County, and I couldn't name them all. In the District 1 that I hope to represent, there's Pomo, the LM Colony, Khoi, and I'm going to massacre the name, the Haba-Matalel. And we've become very familiar with their tribal and cultural resource representatives on the Planning Commission. They make detailed comments on each development proposal we see in terms of protecting those sometimes ephemeral resources. I also believe strongly in diversity and inclusivity, and would point out that 2 of our sitting supervisors are in fact Native American. I don't believe that the interests of tribes and the interests of non-tribal citizens are mutually exclusive, nor do I think they're necessarily at loggerheads. I think there's room for all of the people you mentioned in your question, all of the communities you mentioned in Lake County, and they should be respected.
Thank you. Our next question, we will begin with Helen. The question is, my experience on multiple occasions has been terrible when seeking services at county offices. What will you do to improve customer service in county offices and make response times more acceptable?
Well, I think training could be a benefit, but also holding people accountable. Recently, I had my brother living with me, for instance, and we had to go to one of the county offices with him. He was terminally ill with cancer. And I was shocked to see 3 people behind the counter, one with a purse, dealing with a person. And there was about probably half a dozen people in there, and the other 2 were walking around, visiting, talking to themselves in the back, but gave no attention to the people that were waiting in line. And I was there for probably 15, 20 minutes and finally just walked out. It was pathetic to see that people weren't doing their jobs. And I think that needs to be addressed. And I think training and reducing red tape so things can get done quicker.
Thank you. Moving on to Sean. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, I think I've got it. One of the things that we wind up seeing, we wind up with perpetually understaffed departments where everybody's wearing multiple hats and juggling several roles at a given time. So sometimes perception isn't always 100% accurate, although it's very understandable that you'll run into situations where you'll see people who are generally overworked. We need to be focusing on recruiting locally to be able to fill those positions and promoting from within. So often we wind up hiring from outside of the area to fill those positions, and the people move on, and you'll wind up with folks feeling that they've been passed over, etc., on top of having more and more responsibilities heaped on them. We need to be able to fill our positions fully. I think we could do that locally, and that would improve customer service. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Brian. Would you like the question repeated?
No, so government officials and people at county offices are usually not there and treat people with disrespect, is the gist of the question, something like that. I mean, they could be nicer and they could be more responsive and they could show up to places. Yeah, I find that a very interesting. I found that it was kind of more of a California thing too, because I've also reached out to the county offices and haven't heard back. I think they're not there for most of December, which good for them. It would be nice to live in a world where government officials who get paid off our tax dollars actually did a good job and treated people with respect. That'd be really neat. That being said, my dream job is probably to work in the DMV, because you can be slow, rude, and pretend you don't hear people. So I would like to change everything but the DMV. I hope to get a job there one day. Great benefits too.
Thank you. Moving on to John. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, I think I'm okay, thanks. A lot of it has to do with focusing and training resources on areas where we're currently deficient. And there are differences between the various county departments. I talk a lot about community development because it's the department I know best. And I think they're also one of the best in terms of modernizing, being accessible, and being responsive and courteous to people who contact the county. And courtesy, we have to be user-friendly. We have to think like businesses in terms of the people that come to us and want to do business here, want to pull permits here, and we have to respect them. In terms of overall county leadership and departments, we obviously need more staff and continue to get more staff. E-permitting, public portals for the various departments, software upgrades, Spanish language outreach, broadband and connectivity are all parts of the equation. I think we've been making real progress over the last 5 years, and since the COVID shutdown and pandemic has come to an end. And we just need to be doing more of the same.
Thank you. And finally to Bryn. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, I've got it. Actually, it's sort of the mantra of what I do for a living. When I opened Running Creek, we had some pretty high-minded ideas for the food, but the most important thing with my servers, if they didn't know anything, I just wanted them to be friendly, and that paid off in spades. They may not be the most knowledgeable, but they were great, hard-working, friendly people. And if we can't get that in our apathetic government employees, then we need to work on that. And you stole my line. Thank you, Brian. I was going to see, have you ever been to the DMV? If you want to see apathy in a government employee, go to the DMV. You'll walk out completely upset. Our DMV actually is great. They are awesome. I've been there twice, and I love the experience. On the topic of social services, their caseloads are enormous, but that doesn't mean that they can't be courteous. Let people know. When someone walks in a restaurant, you're ignored, you want to leave. Idea is that when the first 5 seconds you say, how you doing? You let them know that you know they're there. So if you're doing something, or maybe it's not your turn at the window, you say, someone will be with you in a minute. You come out and tell people in line.
Thank you, Bryn. We will now be moving on to our final 2 questions. The first one is, there are 3 new low-income apartment complexes that have been built in Clear Lake. Do you think this is a good direction to solve the housing crisis in Lake County and beyond? And we will begin with Brian.
Low-income housing apartment complexes in Clear Lake. So they've first one was built a few years ago, and if you remember what happened, did those apartment complexes fill with people from Lake County? No, they did not. Where they people came from? Everywhere but Lake County. So we are building affordable housing in probably the most affordable county, yet we don't fill those apartments with people who are from Lake County who actually need the help. And so I'm not sure what the question was, but do I support building more affordable housing? There's no such thing as affordable housing in California. I think we've established this, right? I mean, just to build on your own property, you got to start with a check for almost $30,000. And so I personally would like to see the people of Lake County being taken care of. I like to see the citizens who grew up in Lake County taken care of instead of bringing transplants from other places. That's what I'd like to see with low-income housing in Lake County.
Thank you. Moving on to John. Would you like the question to be repeated?
I'm okay, thanks. The most recent of those three construction projects you mentioned is an 80-unit apartment building that will be in Clear Lake. And there will be market rate rooms or rentals available, but there will also be a portion of that dedicated to affordable housing. And there will also be a portion of that available to people with developmental and behavioral issues. And I think that's what we need to do. I think we need affordable housing. We need workforce housing. We need transitional housing for our unsheltered homeless people. And it's a big task. Clear Lake is, of course, its own incorporated city, as in Lakeport. They have their own government, planning commissions, law enforcement, and all the rest. So those decisions are made based on what the leaders of Clear Lake think the people of Clear Lake need. It is not true that all of the affordable housing in Lake County is immediately snatched up by people from elsewhere.
Thank you. Moving on to Bren. Would you like the question to be repeated?
Sure.
There are 3 new low-income apartment complexes built in Clear Lake. Do you think that this is a good direction to solve the housing crisis in Lake County and beyond?
Well, it's a double-edged sword. I think the people that have needs, mentally ill, drug addicted, should get all the help that they need. Do we need a concentrated group of people of low-income housing or a housing project? No. I grew up in New Orleans, and I've seen what that can do. It just, the crime and the things that go on in these housing projects, that doesn't improve anyone's life. It destroys neighborhoods. You can go to Visair and Geary and you can see it for yourself. Put a paint job on it, it's great. Same thing exists. Yes, they do need housing, but there has to be a balance.
Thank you. And moving on to Helen. Would you like the question to be repeated?
Please.
There are 3 new low-income apartment complexes built in Clear Lake. Do you think this is a good direction to solve the housing crisis in Lake County and beyond?
Okay, I don't. I think that I agree with what Bren said. Pritchard, what he said, they're bringing people in from the outside. They do bring in some from our area, but many of them are brought in from outside. I talked to Willie Cepeda, who runs the fire department there in Clear Lake, and I was astonished by the numbers that he gave me. The 911 dispatch for Lake County takes care of a total of 5 counties. 60% of those calls go right there to Lake County, right here to Lake County, and a good portion of them go to Clear Lake. Their average call per day is like 17 calls a day for that fire department to respond to, ambulance departments to respond to, and much of it is the same people calling over and over and over again. The infrastructure isn't there to actually really make a difference with them.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
And finally to Sean. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, I think I got it. You know, the big question we have to ask ourselves is what sort of future do we want and what sort of future do we want to hand on? Is it one of dependency or is it one of self-sufficiency? What is our goal? And we've replaced our 3 economic engines almost. There's been that concerted effort to replace our economic engines with government assistance, people commuting over the hill and out of the area, and then a little nod to tourism. I cannot see how we need more housing when our population is declining by 2% year over year for the next 5 years based on the projections from the state. The only reason we need significant amounts of more housing is because folks are looking to bring people who are on assistance here to load up our services, which are already strained too thin, and to balance that on the backs of you, the taxpayers.
Amen.
Thank you. So our final question for the day is one of positivity. If you are not elected, how will you continue to promote positive change? We'll begin with John.
With John?
Yes, with John.
Thank you. Well, I certainly hope to be elected, and I hope that I've made a case for myself here with the people here today. But when I first moved to Lake County, I immediately began engaging with the Middletown area town hall, math. All unincorporated areas have something similar. And that is the conduit for the people of Middletown to speak to their supervisor and to tell them what their priorities are. And I believe in that kind of grassroots activity and community-based activity. And I will continue my work on the board of Hammers for Hope and do repairs and renovations and build houses for those people that lost everything. I'm going to continue to be a member of the Middletown Bocce League, which may sound a bit flip, but it is a fantastic community experience, and it's growing by leaps and bounds every year. There are many ways to be engaged and to continue to support the community without being a supervisor.
Thank you. And on to Bryn. If you are not elected, how will you continue to promote positive change?
Well, it's been a fantastic experience, and I know that if I'm not elected, and I hope I am, you can tell how passionate I am about some of these issues, is that I will be looking for work in local government. I got elected by the silent majority in Hidden Valley, and those are the people that I want to represent here in Lake County. A lot of people are just too busy working and trying to live their lives, and they just hope and pray that their elected officials represent them. But you don't know that until you go out and meet them and you are accessible to them, and you let them know that you want to hear what they have to say, because sometimes it'll change your mind. It's changed mine on many occasions. So it's having a continuous dialogue with your constituents to know what it is they need and to get a beat on what people are all about. So.
Thank you. And on to Helen. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, that's okay. Thank you. I would probably continue down the road that I've been on. I do a lot for our youth. As you know, I think this committee probably hasn't heard it, but we put together a rodeo program for the kids over 20 years ago, a nonprofit that I started, and it's still going today. We have some bigger rodeos starting to get kids qualified for the Vegas Toughest. We will be still continuing with that, whether I'm out there or not. The reason I decided to run for supervisor is to be able to do more for our youth on a larger scale. One of the things I would love to see happen is some boys and girls clubs come in to Lake County and some mentor programs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on to Sean.
Well, honestly, I do plan on serving you guys when elected in March, but no matter how that shakes out, I'm going to continue doing what I've been doing, which is serving my community and fighting and standing for a brighter and better future. No matter what, I'm going to continue to represent the vision of a strong and clean and prosperous Lake County, and to represent the interests of our people at whatever level possible, and probably preparing for the next run at supervisor. So I'll have a 4-year running head start this time as opposed to 3 weeks before the deadline. So thank you.
Thank you. And finally to Brian.
Positive change.
Yes,
Well,
if you're not elected.
I have my new project we're working on, right? Come see me afterwards. I think that could be positive for the community. To be simple, and I don't think there is nothing more important in my life, and hopefully not for any parent's life, is the most important thing I can do for Lake County is to continue to raise my children. I have a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 4-year-old, and that's all you can really do. I want to make sure my children are well-rounded adults, that they have life skills and they are good people, right? Because at the core of it, that's all that really matters. It has become a very diversive world, and that's a problem. What the world needs is more conversation, right? More understanding of other people and what they're going through, right? Because not everyone walks in the same shoes, and that's what we need to get back to, and that's what I want to do for Lake County, is to raise children who understand that. Raise children who are open-minded to other people's ideas and beliefs. Raise children that actually believe in equity and equality for all people, because that's what the world needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that will do it for us today. I want to give a big thank you to all of our candidates.
Yay, you guys.
And also to all of our attendees. We hope that this event was educational and will aid you in your voting decision for District 1 Supervisor. If you have any questions about our event, please contact Lake County Farm Bureau, and have a wonderful day. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. First, I'd like to welcome everyone. I'm Rebecca Harper, Executive Director of the Lake County Farm Bureau. Thank you for taking the time to educate yourself about local agricultural issues and learn more about the candidates running for District Supervisor in District 5. For those of you that may not know, the Lake County Farm Bureau is a grassroots, nonprofit organization that has been advocating for agriculture in this county since 1923. We recently celebrated our 100th anniversary last summer. Our positions on policy issues come from our 300 local member families and businesses. If you believe in agriculture, you should belong to the Farm Bureau. Our local Farm Bureau does not endorse candidates. Our goal is to hold an informative and respectful event. Candidates will each be given 3 minutes for an opening statement, and 5 prepared questions will be asked as time allows over the next hour. Each candidate will receive 2 minutes to respond to each prepared question. We will rotate which candidate answers each question first. To help keep us on time, our timekeeper will hold up a 15-second sign when the candidate has 15 seconds remaining. When their time has expired, she will hold up a stop sign. Questions from the audience can be submitted by scanning the QR code on the back of the question guideline sheet or by submitting your question on a note card. There are note cards available in the corner of the room as well as pens. Additionally, this event is being live streamed on PEG TV and will be posted on Lake County Farm Bureau's YouTube account. Before we begin, I hope we can all agree that being a candidate for public office is difficult. Our democracy depends on having people willing to take time away from their families and careers to participate in an election. On behalf of Lake County Farm Bureau, we want to thank both of our candidates for their willingness to run and for their service to our community. With that, we'll go ahead and get started with opening statements, and I will ask that Boone present his opening statement to begin. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much for coming out today. My name is Boone Bridges. I want to give you guys a quick history of my family and my life in agriculture growing up. So my dad in 1973 decided to move to Minnesota to be a farmer. And he was there for 7 years, had a 600-acre farm, farmed wheat and barley and all kinds of different stuff. Did that for a few years, sold that, and ended up buying a dairy farm with 30 head of cows on there that they milked twice a day, him and my mom, every day, 7 days a week. The cows don't take time off. After that time, they moved back to Lake County and started building water beds and furniture. My grandfather owned a apple orchard out on Highland Springs Road for many years. My job out there was bird control and helping pick and mostly creating mischief in that time frame. When they sold that, my dad and my grandpa bought a pear orchard on the corner of Clark and Soda Bay Drive in Kelseyville. And at 13, 14, 15 years old, I learned to drive a tractor, pick pears, plant pear trees, prune pear trees, and realized that being a farmer is really, really hard work. 17, 18 years old, I worked for Dave Mostyn in the pears, like many of us have. I worked afterwards doing trenching and putting in miles of pipe for him. And again, learned that farming is a hard, hard job. At 20 years old, I started building houses. And I've been doing that ever since then. I've raised my family here. I have 6 kids. My wife is from here. We've been married for 23 years. And in that length of time, through the building process, what I have seen is it has become more and more difficult to navigate the building process, the building permits, the requirements that happens, the intrusion on our freedoms to be able to do those things. And I know that that is similar in the ag community, the difficulty to get permitting, to be able to build, to be able to develop new land has been a very difficult thing. And so I'm running to be District 5 Supervisor, to work for you, to listen to you, and to help you navigate the government and maybe even slow it down so that our kids and grandkids can also live and build their lives in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boone. We will now move to Jessica for her opening statement. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm Jessica Paiska. I'm the current District 5 Supervisor. Last year I served as Board Chair. I also grew up in Lake County. I was born and raised here. After college, I moved to San Francisco and I worked in commercial real estate for many years. And then my husband and I decided that we wanted to move back home to Lake County and start our family. In 2015, the Valley Fire destroyed my home and most of my community and really changed the trajectory of my life. Although we were already really involved in our community and serving on a lot of boards, my husband and I just really made it our full-time job to dedicate to rebuilding our community, rebuilding our homes, and learning to look what living with wildfire looks like. I immediately started doing grassroots organizing after the fire, bringing people together to create a vision of what it looks like to rebuild and reemerge as a community. We did that by forming the Cobb Area Council and a lot of outreach and advocacy work for long-term recovery. I decided to take that work to the county, and in 2020, I was elected. So I'm on my 4th year this year of my term, and it's been a really exciting time. It was also really challenging in the beginning because we had COVID, and that was a hard time for all of us. There were also some benefits that came out of that. From the federal government, we saw really big investments with the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan Act. And we have been investing those funds into our communities to rebuild our communities in ways that we will see vitality like we haven't seen before. Investing in infrastructure, investing in broadband. We created 2 new positions for economic development and housing. We've just released those strategic plans. We have a 10-year road plan. Roads have been a really big problem for us for a long time. We've had decades where we didn't make those investments into that infrastructure. And so the last 3 years have really been about putting those pieces in place for the growth. We know that our communities are growing, California is growing, our schools are growing, and we need to have places for people to live, and we need to have jobs that will support these families, good jobs. So if we really want to look at community vitality, health and safety, and high standard of disaster preparedness, those are the things that I've been working on. I continue to focus on those as my guiding principles, and I'm really excited to continue this work into a new term.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we will go ahead and proceed to our first question. The question reads, the County Planning and Building Department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It is difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem? And we will begin with Jessica.
Community development has been struggling for a long time. The disasters, the turnover of staff, turnover of directors, low staff morale, all of those things really impacted how the department performed. But the other thing was when I first took office, we had a backlog of over 360 cannabis applicants. That really crushed the department. So we were looking at a crippled department. So the last 3 years we've spent rebuilding. We have a wonderful new director. We've done a lot of organizing within the department. The director's been really creative with staffing up, training staff so that we can now do things that used to be outsourced. So that's how we've been building up the department. We are migrating to a new software platform. We're getting away from Acela and we're going to be on OpenGov, which is what the city of Clear Lake and the city of Lakeport use, which has an online portal. So you can actually apply, you can electronically apply. And there'll be a lot more transparency with that program. You'll be able to see where your application is throughout the whole process. And the question about fees. And fees are directly tied to services. So when you apply for an application, the fee that you pay is for the time that the staff takes to process that application, come out and do inspections. So that's why the fee is set there, but every year we do a fee study and we make sure that we're on target with how people are using these services, and we try to build those efficiencies into our programs so that when we do our fee analysis at the end of the year and adopt a new fee program, we are being as efficient as we can with your money for paying for those fees for those self-funded departments.
Thank you. We'll move to Boone. Boone, would you like me to reread the question?
Why don't you reread it so everybody else hears it again? Yeah.
The County Planning and Building Department is often a source of frustration for many of our farmers, ranchers, and rural property owners. It is difficult to get clear guidance on permit requirements, and the permit process is slow and onerously expensive. What can be done to improve this problem?
Well, I think we have several things going in the right direction. Since Mary Jane left, the department has been in flux. We've gone through a lot of different people. As a builder, it's frustrating. For the first 15 years of building, I had the same building inspector every time. I knew what he was looking for, and he knew what to look for with me. And so keeping long-term employees helps the continuity and helps the builders, the farmers, the ranchers to know what their inspector is looking for, and it also helps the inspectors on the job know who they can trust, who they're dealing with, what the different people are, and where to look for them. So that's an important component, is long-term retention of employees. I think smooths the process extremely for everybody involved in it. Moving to the DocuShare system that Clear Lake and Lakeport both use is going to be helpful, hopefully, in there. Maria Turner is a fantastic person. I've known her for 25 years. I taught her kids in refuge and in youth ministry stuff for all that time. I have a good relationship with her. I'm excited to see her in that position. The fees, though, they are ridiculous. And one of the things I can tell you is that from 2004, a house that I built then, my planning and building and road impact fees were $2,486. I pulled the numbers the other day. And I called the county and got the exact same, here's the house I'd like to build, what's my numbers? That number now is almost $25,000. In 19 years, it's went up 1,000%. That's too much. So as we look at those fees, we absolutely have to say no to more fees. We know that this year, in 2023, there was 28 stick home permits issued. We need to get that number increased, and then I better be done with that. Sorry, folks, that's the end of my talk.
Thank you, Boone. We will now move to our next question, and Boone will start with this one. The question is, water availability and accessibility is a concern for all water users. The success of the agriculture industry heavily depends on reliable and affordable water sources. What will you do to ensure that agricultural water users continue to have access to surface water and groundwater?
Tough question. Most of the water resources are managed by the state. The county has less to do with it than we would like. So interacting with the state, making sure that we are bringing the concerns of our ag community to the state in an organized manner from the county with good pressure that says, hey, help us help our ag community is incredibly important. Those surface water issues are an interesting thing. In Lake County, we don't have year-round rivers flowing through here that we can pull water out of, but when it rains, it pours. So figuring out a way to allow retention ponds that can then release the water over time. One of the issues, I know the Planning Commission many years ago, I talked to the former Planning Commissioner, they approved raising Highland Springs, I think 5 feet, to allow for more water storage, to allow for water to be released in the dry times to help with the hitch migration up the streams. I think that's an interesting thought. I know those are long-term projects. Those are 20, 30-year projects, maybe recreating some retention ponds farther upstream that can be released that will allow for late year water movement down the streams. But I think we should be entertaining those as opposed to just focusing on the next 5 minutes. We should be looking down the road long enough for our kids and our grandkids in there.
Thank you, Boone. We will now move to Jessica. Jessica, would you like me to restate the question?
No, thank you. We're doing this work on a lot of different levels, and it's local, and then it moves through the state as well. For Big Valley, we have the Big Valley Sustainable Groundwater Plan. Big Valley was deemed a basin of moderate concern several years ago, and so in order to maintain local control, we embarked on this very complicated plan to develop, and it's managed by the Watershed Protection District, which is also the Board of Supervisors, so we implement and manage that plan. The basin is stable and it recharges pretty reliably. So we have that plan, and the plan is to maintain sustainability over the next 20 years for all users. We recently, for the first time, we've hired a lobbyist. We've never had lobbyists before, but we are doing this now. And one of the top priorities for the lobbyists that we just gave during our government's workshop is to work in Sacramento on our behalf for water reliability and quality for all users and resources for both cultural and economic. So that's a really big deal, and that's something that we've got happening right now. I was just appointed vice chair of a California policy committee for agriculture, energy, and natural resources. I had my first meeting this week, and we found out that there are legislators in Southern California that are trying to introduce new bills that are more restrictive than SGMA. And that is something that we are going to be watching and we are going to be fighting, because we need to maintain that local control. Yes. I think a lot of you in this room may have remembered when a supervisor a few years ago wanted to introduce a moratorium on all new cannabis and agricultural projects. And if you're in the room that day, you know how much I fought that.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to our third question, and we will begin with Jessica. The question is, the agricultural industry is one of the most heavily regulated industries in California. What can be done at the local level to keep existing agricultural operations in business and encourage new agricultural growth in Lake County?
Sure. So those state and federal regulations are beyond our local control. So there's not a lot that we can do for what is existing. However, Supervisor Crandall and I both sit on these state and national committees, so that when these new policies and regulations are being thought up, we are there to represent the rural voices. And that is how Lake County, for the first time, is at the table when those policies are being written. The second thing is to always make sure that we have our members of agriculture in advisory positions. We're about to embark on our general plan update with the agriculture element, and we need to make sure that we have agriculture there. We have a seat for them, conventional ag, on our GPAC committee. That's the General Plan Advisory Committee, and we also have a seat for cannabis. And we need to make sure that their input is given in all these advisory places, so that we can incorporate them into our support. How do we support them? The first thing that I did when I took office was create the Agriculture Advisory Committee. The very first action I took. And I had been in the board chambers for 2 years watching meetings, and whenever there was an issue in the ag community, everybody would come marching in and they'd have to give public comment, and it was a really messy way, it was a reactive way to deal with problems. So this is how we can work as a group to work things out proactively before they become a big issue. And also we can run policy ideas through that committee, which we've done a lot lately with cannabis, before it goes to the Planning Commission and then up to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Jessica. We will now move to Boone. Boone, would you like the question to be repeated?
I don't need it. No, I can read it right here in front of me, so you guys are good, unless everybody else wants it again. Ag is incredibly heavily regulated in the state of California, more so than in any other state that we have. So I found out we are one of 2 counties still in California, still under a drought order, us and Siskiyou County. And so why are we still under a drought order, even though the last year was a record-breaking year? This year is on pace. We're past 100% of our year-to-date normals in there. I think one of the things would be put pressure on the state government to take us out of that drought order, so that we can have a little more flexibility with what we have going on. The other thing is, we are incredibly regulated from the state. So it's what the Board of Supervisors can do is definitely limited. The board does have some power. One of the things that would be very valuable is the farmers and the people using, the end user, know the frustrations that they're dealing with. So if you're not cutting some sort of regulations, if you put in regulations and you never change them or modify them, then you're either perfect or you're not fixing problems as they arise. And so I would love to see getting the advisory committee and asking, what are the things that are the most frustrating from your perspective and how can we fix those? Now, some of them might not be fixable, but some of them might just be that there's redundancies, that moving from one agency to the other is annoying, and they should be able to share the same information back and forth. Those are frustrations that we feel in the building community, that in the ag community, I'm sure are very similar. So what things could we actually cut out that would be make it easier for the ag community to do the job that they need to do, which is feed us?
Thank you, Boone. We will now move to our fourth question, and we will begin with Boone. This next question is a general government question. Explain to us the different revenue sources for Lake County government. Are there any taxes or fees you will attempt to raise or lower if you are elected?
All right, so sales tax, $10 million a year. Property tax, 35. Sales tax, sorry, $5 million a year. $20 million a year in grants. We got $2 million in interest. We have $11 million coming in roads. There's $88 million that comes in for the Health and Services Department, and a variety of other ways that come in. One of the things, though, is we do have one of the lowest sales tax in the state, which is great. That allows for businesses to move here and pay a lower sales tax. I would never change that as long as we can. I would be against any of those. I am not for any new taxes, but let me go ahead and give you the caveat to that, because this hurts me to say. The fire department it's coming. They're going to come after us on the new building side. Right now, I think we pay in Kelseyville district, we pay $1 a square foot. And they're going to ask us to raise that to $1.50 a square foot. And I think we're going to have to consider that. And the reason is the Kelseyville Fire Department specifically has done a really good job. That fire fee hasn't changed in, I believe it's 30 years. So the building department has increased their fees by 1,000%. The fire department hasn't. They've done an amazing job. So I think as the Board of Supervisors, I want to sit back down with Chief Huggins, go over all the things that they have done to improve the fire department. They've done a great job of getting our rolling stock up, of making things happen, and being very, very money conscious. And I think that should be rewarded, if it's deserved, with their increase that they need in order to keep that stuff safe. That increase can only be used for capital improvements, rolling stock. It's not for wages and those type of things. So I'm a hard no on new fees. I think I'm open to the fire one coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Boone. We will now move to Jessica. Would you
Sure.
like the question to be repeated?
No, thank you. So our budget this year is $380 million in appropriations. And a lot of the funding that comes from the state and federal government and supports departments through reimbursements directly into departments like social services and behavioral health. And that doesn't come into the general fund. That is not, those are not, no, we don't have discretion over any of those funds. Our general fund is about 25% of the budget. That's what we do have discretion over. And the funding for that comes through our property taxes. We get about 25% of what we pay in property taxes comes back locally, controlled by the state. Sales taxes, we get about a 1%, and that's Bradley Burns coming back to us from the state. We get about 0.5% of gasoline tax to come back for emergency services and roads. So those are state taxes we don't really control, but we do get the benefit of them. For local revenue, we have our cannabis tax, which is been cut in half by 50%, been cut by 50% to support the cannabis industry through the difficulties when the market crashed. We also have transit occupancy tax. We receive that. That's the beds and heads tax from all of our hotels. We also receive revenue from the sales and permits, and those go directly to those self-funded departments that I talked about. So community development is a self-funded department. It's all of those fees and permit fees are supposed to pay for the staff that work on that. So we've had $12.5 million come in for ARPA, the American Rescue Plan funding. That came into our general fund. And we also have...
Thank you, Jessica. That's our
I didn't
time.
get to the interest income. Okay.
Okay, so we will move into our final prepared question. before taking audience questions. And we will begin this question with Jessica. So the question is, please explain what you believe the economic impact of agriculture in Lake County to be, and how you will continue supporting the industry as a Lake County supervisor.
So people have been cultivating in this area for thousands of years. And with the introduction of the ranchers and the conventional agriculture, we have become dependent on this with our local economy. We know that we had a study commissioned in 2017 that showed the comprehensive value of agriculture in our county was $340 million. That's significant. That's back in that time, it was calculated that there was about 2,200 people working in the county in agriculture, and all of those people we have indirect, direct, and multipliers. So we have the crop reports in that. We have the people that are living here, working, shopping, going to the doctor. That does not contemplate sales tax and property tax, which we just talked about. So there's a lot there. But we also know that year, the crop report was about $120 million. And this year, it was $107 million. We know there's been losses in acreage. We know the walnuts have definitely suffered through the heat dome events and the early frost. So we need to contemplate this all again, but including cannabis, because we know that cannabis has also arrived since 2017. So there is to take the comprehensive scope, we really need to do that study to see where we are again at this moment and see where we can really support the industry moving forward.
Thank you, Jessica. We will now move to Boone. Boone, would you like the question to be repeated?
No, we're good. So you stole all my thunder with the the numbers. That's the beauty of getting to go first. I found it very interesting. We're looking at about 2,200 workers in ag, and then of course the outsourcing of other things that we don't see. So those are direct ag. Then you see Pace Supply delivering, Kelseyville Lumber selling stuff, Rainbow Ag selling things, and the indirect jobs that are created by ag going forward. So the ag in this county is what we are. We grew up being the pear capital of the world. I mean, it was great. We're the pear capital of the world. You'd talk to people. I'd travel in Europe, and there'd be a Bartlett pear right there, and it'd say, from Lake County, and you have a little story to talk to about coming from there, and they ask what it's like, and those things they were great to have that. The things have changed where the wine industry is huge. We are Napa wine at this point. All the wineries in here, you can grow. You have to have 10% grapes to be Napa, and the rest of them generally come from Lake County. So we are that big. We need to support our wine industry. We need to make it as easy and less onerous for ag to be able to develop new vineyards, new orchards, all those things that they want to do in an effort to continue to grow that stuff. Some of the things that can be supported through that are those type of things like the farm to fork dinners and those type of things that bring people in that show that. Ag is going to make a decision where they're going to put vineyards and different things. And if the process is streamlined and simple in Lake County versus Sonoma or Mendocino or the surrounding or Napa, they will put them here. So by reducing that and making it clear what they need to do, we can help them move into this county and continue to grow here. Thank you.
Thank you, Boone. Okay, that will conclude our portion of prepared questions. So we will now begin asking questions received from the audience. Again, as a reminder, there are two ways to submit questions, either via note card or by scanning the QR code on the back of the question guideline sheet. I already have received many questions, and we are on a time frame here, so I will ask as many as possible. They'll be screened for repetition, and there won't be any partisan questions asked. So with that, each candidate will have 1 minute to respond to each question from the audience. Okay, and Boone will go first. So our first question is, how many hours can you devote to the position of supervisor? Will this be your full-time job?
Oh, great. Let me go ahead and knock this one out of the park, because I will devote as much time as needed to this position. If it takes 60 hours, I'll put 60 hours in. If it takes 100, I'll put 100 in. I don't believe it's going to take that. Rob Brown is the one that convinced me to step into this position. He said, hey, listen, for 20 years, I continued my business doing this. I don't have a full-time business. People mistake, Bridges Construction, that's my uncle and my cousin. I work for myself doing my own projects. Most of it is fixing rental problems for people as they come up. So I enjoy working, it's my hobby, and I don't intend to lose my hobby of doing things. But I will put in as much time as possibly needed to make this happen.
Thank you, Boone. We will now move to Jessica.
Yes, so as this is my 4th year, I give this job everything that I have. And I really appreciate that my family supports me to do this because it takes a lot. It's all days, most weekdays. It's a lot of nights and evenings. I have 15 different committee assignments. Those are all different meetings that I have to attend to throughout the month or quarterly. Those are some of the meetings in Sacramento that I have to go to and travel. There's a lot of boards that I also serve on that are outside of the county where I represent Lake. So I will continue to do that work. I've been very clear from the very beginning that I will always treat this as a full-time job. It is more of a lifestyle than a job because you're working even when you're at the grocery store and you're at the post office, you're at the school. Everywhere you go, people want to talk, and it's always time to listen.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next question, and we'll begin with Jessica, is what is your position on tribal sovereignty and how do you plan to partner with the Lake County tribes?
So there are 7 tribal nations in our county, and we're pretty unique to have that level of concentration in our county. And the relationships that we have been cultivating and building with our tribes really benefits all of us. A lot of the work that I do with the Risk Reduction Authority, which I am the vice chair of, and we have 4 of our tribal nations signed on as partners, is around climate resiliency and developing a climate adaptation plan. We know that climate changes are affecting all of us. Several times a year we experience these events, from winter storms, heavy rains like we're about to see, heat domes, heat waves. All of these things affect all of the people that live here, and we need to treat this as a regional approach.
Thank you, Jessica. We will move to Boone. Boone, would you like the question repeated?
Yes, please.
What is your position on tribal sovereignty, and how do you plan to partner with the Lake County tribes?
Tribal sovereignty is tribal sovereignty. Their land, their decisions, what they want to do, and I fully support their ability to do that. I don't have incredible contacts. What I have seen from the tribal council is their reach into the community and willingness to support all kinds of different fundraisers and that kind of stuff is phenomenal. And I think they're a super valuable part of our community. And I need to do a better job of making sure that I connect with those. I'm scheduled to meet with the Scotts Valley tribe and out there and continue to go through that. I think they have a huge part of our community that we can bring in and make sure that we are listening to them because, yes, they have their own sovereignty on their land, but they live within the entirety of the county, and the county also affects them outside of that, and we need to make sure that we're listening and hearing what they have to say.
Thank you, Boone. Okay, so Boone will start us off on the next question. The question is, as a supervisor, would you support the Burns Valley Sports Complex in Clear Lake?
That's a great one. In general, yes. I love a sports complex. Over here at Robinson, the gym there, I used to play basketball there and in leagues, and I love that they open those things. So anything that is a sports complex would be absolutely wonderful. The question is, everything comes down to you only have so much money, and it costs money. So you have to make decisions of where you're going to spend that money. Can we get a grant for that? Can we make it happen that way? Are we spending money on that should be going to our roads? Because if the roads are so terrible you can't get there, then it doesn't make sense. So, yes, I love the idea of a sports complex. Can we find the funding? Let's see if we can and make it happen. Can we make it easy for them to get started on that? Awesome.
Thank you, Boone. We'll now move to Jessica. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, thank you. The Burns Valley Sports Complex is a project in the city of Clear Lake and is a project for the city of Clear Lake to complete and manage, and the county doesn't really have a role in that. Now that said, we did form the Lake County Recreational JPA that has both cities and the county, and we are looking at jointly developing some projects, but we haven't gotten very far down the road. We're still in the exploration phase of that.
Thank you. Okay, so our next question, we'll start with Jessica. The question is, wanting to retain county permit staff means paying them enough, which means permit fees have to match staff costs. Just complaining about the cost doesn't achieve the goal of staff retention. How can we do better?
So during our governance meeting of 2 weeks ago, we had a report from HR showing our vacancy rate and our retention rate. And since we have been increasing our salaries, and also we've been giving some signing bonuses for difficult to fill positions if they've been vacant for a long period of time. And then other positions, particularly in law enforcement, we gave incentives to stay on to our existing staff, have been really successful. When we reviewed retention, we found that not that long ago, just a couple years ago, we were at about 50% retention for the first year of employment, and now that's down to about 15%. So I want to say that that's a pretty significant improvement.
Thank you. We will now move to Boone. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, county retention in there. We have some employees in there that are just phenomenal, and the retention of them is super important. One thing that so here's an actual plan that maybe we can make work. There are open vacancies in our county. Our kids are in our schools. So a lot of juniors and seniors do not know what they're planning on doing. They don't need 4-year degrees to fill a lot of these positions. They need specific schooling that would make that happen. I would love to see us get into the schools with, here's a list of job openings that you need. And here's the schooling that you would need to be able to fill that job. So maybe you need to take your senior year. You can take a class at Mendocino College that is a computer class, that is an Excel class right here. And then you can dual enrollment for your senior year, and you can get both those. Local people will stay here regardless, or not regardless, but with less wages, local people will stay here. So I would like to requote local people to fill local jobs.
Thank you, Boone. Okay. Our next question is, and we'll start with Boone, how important do you think it is to cultivate relationships with state and federal agencies and legislators to bring more money into Lake County?
I think it's incredibly important. The way the state has set up its funding situation now, it seems as if the state takes all the money and then we have to kind of beg to get it back. We see it in the gas tax. We get less than 1 cent back of it in there. So having relationships with state and officials is going to be important of doing that. One thing that has been great is Mike Thompson has been a fantastic advocate for Lake County for the last 20 plus years, whatever it is. It's been a long time. And he continues to be that through different supervisors. He's seems to be a wonderful guy. Everybody that talks about him says great things. And so we need to continue to cultivate that relationship and make sure that it's there. Same thing with McGuire. People have had really good things to say. So I think we are on the track of creating that, and it's just continuing those relationships as we move forward.
Thank you, Boone. We will now move to Jessica.
Sure. These relationships are invaluable. I spent many years cultivating those relationships even before I got on the board, so that when I was in the position, we could work really closely together, and we have. It's not just the relationship with our electeds, which we are very, very close, but it's also with the other departments. For example, the conservation. I've gotten significant funding for LIDAR vegetation mapping through that department, through USGS, and I'm very close with a lot of the directors of CAL FIRE. So we've been selected for pilot programs, like the 500 homes that are going to be hardened in the Kelseyville Riviera. That is a result of our relationships with CAL FIRE and Cal OES. And so when they know that we can deliver, then they pilot programs here and they want to fund us, and they know that we're on top of it and we can get it done.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay. Our next question, and we'll start with Jessica, is addressing water use needs in ag means investing in more efficient irrigation methods. How can we do this in Lake County?
Well, I think the farmers have been doing that for a long time because they understand their usage. And Going from flood irrigation to drip irrigation is better for them and better for their production. I've gone through the Ag Venture program. I am a member of California Women in Ag. And I think that we need to just continue to be in all of those places where ag is and farmers are and figure out how we can support them as they tell us. I would hate to tell another farmer what to do.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, we'll move to Boone.
Will you read that one again, please?
Absolutely. The question is, addressing water use needs in ag means investing in more efficient irrigation methods. How can we do this in Lake County?
Yeah, it's efficient water usage is, for the farmers, it's a great thing. It costs money to pump the water out of the well. Electricity is astronomically expensive now. So they are working towards that already, and they have it pretty well figured out of what works and what doesn't. So from the county level of what could you possibly do to support that, if there are two options for irrigating, and one is slightly more expensive than the other but more efficient, and a person is putting in a new vineyard or any kind of thing, maybe encouraging them with a carrot towards the more efficient by saying, hey, we'll reduce the fees if you'll put in a more efficient watering system by some percentage to offset the cost of the more expensive watering system. That's an actual plan that the county could do that would encourage the farmers to be more efficient with it.
Thank you, Boone. And I know it's a little bit more difficult having just two candidates kind of back to back. So I want to give you a second to take a breath, maybe take a sip of water if you need one, because we've been nonstop. And then we'll get into our next question. Okay, so our next question is, a major concern that has become worse post-COVID is mental health. How would you immediately address this issue? And we will begin with Boone.
Well, if I had the full answer to that, I would probably be running for president. And so that's one of the most complicated issues we have. We do have a great mental health locally of what they're doing, and I think it's a continually to support them in what they're already doing and moving towards that. Some of the mental health stuff comes into play with homelessness, it bleeds into that. The new crisis hotline that has just went, the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week thing that has been implemented recently is a very, very good thing. So making sure that we share that information, that people know that it's available, that there is help for them out there. I think that's an important component from the supervisors, is to use their platform to tell their constituents of what services are available for them. And I think that's a huge one that we need to make sure we're letting everybody know about.
Thank you. Moving to Jessica.
Yeah, the question one more time.
Absolutely. The question is, a major concern that has become worse post-COVID is mental health. How would you immediately address this issue?
Sure. So our behavioral health department is very strong, and it is one of the departments that the state funds, and the increases coming from the state are incredible to expand services. One of the things that we did during COVID and with the investment that came from the federal government was to invest in an outreach van. And we have that outreach van. I think we have a second one on the way coming, so that we can go out to the people and meet them where they are and bring them the services and connect them with everything that they could use. There's food, there's clothing, all kinds of services. We do have the hotline, and I have to say proudly that our county was the first to have the hotline plan approved, and we rolled it out the beginning of January.
Thank you. Okay, so our next question, and we will begin with Jessica, is, what is the function and importance of What is the function and importance of municipal advisory councils? Have you regularly attended MAC meetings in your district?
Yes, I love municipal advisory councils, or we call them MACs. And I think we have 6 or 7 across the county. These are rural town halls, and they're organized locally from the grassroots. by a community when they want one. If they're not also represented by an incorporated city, this is a perfect way to have direct communication and consultation with your supervisor. So the supervisors will make the appointment of a MAC. So the Cobb Area Council is one, and I helped form it, so I'm really aware of how that process came to be. It was really a fast turnaround. I attend those meetings every single month, and I just love the work that happens in those town halls. There are some folks in Kelseyville who are really interested in starting a municipal advisory council, and they've just started having meetings, and we really hope to have that turned around quickly to help update the area plan. And that's how you really get to hear the diversity in your communities when everyone participates there.
Thank you. Okay, on to Boone. Would you like me to reread the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. The question is, what is the function and importance of municipal advisory councils, and have you regularly attended MAC's meetings in your district?
No, I have not regularly attended meetings in my district, but the importance of them is to bring concerns to the supervisor in a more palatable way, smaller. I don't know how, I'm trying to think. I'll use what I know. If you go to church, there's 400 people on a Sunday morning, but small groups is where it happens, right? You get together in the home, and that's where you get the important stuff that you need to talk about. Those groups are similar to that. They're the small groups, and if you talk to small group people, you get more information. They're more comfortable. So the MACs are able to, they allow a supervisor to talk to them in a smaller, more intimate way and get better things. They don't have to come to a supervisor's meeting and stand up in front of a whole bunch of people. A lot of people don't like public speaking. So those groups are imperative because that's a good conduit between the supervisors and the people and community that they represent.
Thank you. Okay, our next question, and we will start with Boone, is, what are the tribal nations within your district? How do you plan to uplift our marginalized neighbors, such as people of color, tribal citizens, and the LGBTQ community of all ages?
So, to my knowledge, in District 5, there's only, there is no full tribe in there. There's some tribal land on the corner of Red Hills and Soda Bay. I may be wrong on that one, but that's what I know. But here's the important part. A rising tide lifts all ships. So I don't have to try to specifically help one group of people over another. If we create better roads, everybody drives on the roads. If we create more job opportunities, everybody has an opportunity at those jobs. If we create a safer place, a safer community, everybody lives in a safer community. I dislike the idea of breaking us into community groups or into small individuals and pitting us against each other. Let's make sure that we come together and we lift the entire community of Kelseyville, of Lake County, and all people then will be brought together and better off for it.
Thank you. Okay, moving to Jessica. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, thank you. So there are no tribal trust lands in District 5, but there are, but this is the ancestral land of many of our local tribes. And Scotts Valley does have land that they own on Red Hills Road. It is not trust land. We have such a diverse community, and even within District 5, we have 3 really diverse different regions, and we have a lot of diversity within those communities. And so, being able to support all people is how we really get to appreciate the true fabric of our communities and lift everybody up. And that, as you say, does lift all boats.
Thank you. Okay. Our next question, starting with you, Jessica, is what do you think the proper role of environmental and developmental regulation is in our community?
So we do live in a really beautiful place. It's very rural. It's not pristine, but that is the role of those agencies, is to protect the resources for the future. We need to make sure that we have water availability and water quality for the next generations. We need to ensure that we have open space and native plant populations for the future generations. The biodiversity that we have in this county is incredible, and that's why those agencies are so important, and that role is so critical here locally.
Thank you. We will move to Boone. Would you like the question repeated?
Yes, please.
What do you think the proper role of environmental and developmental regulation is in our community?
To keep and preserve the natural beauty while also integrating that into economic development. So they seem to be put at odds of each other. Either you get put on the side of a rampant capitalist or a crazy environmentalist. And those two things need to be brought together and to be able to, so those agencies should be there to stem out of control growth that is going to cause harm to things and allow for economic growth that is sustainable and is renewable and is achievable in that also. So we can't have so many regulations that it regulates business out of the ability to survive, and we can't have so few regulations that we ruin what we have for us. So those, oh, I'm going to be out of time. Sorry. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Okay. Our next question, starting with Boone, is, if you are not elected, how will you continue to promote positive change?
Okay, so for the last 25 years, I've been the boys director at our church, the Awana Group, and I've seen 3rd through 6th grade boys come through there, and the Awana program as a whole. I'll continue to do that and outreach through that. Been basketball coach over the years. I'll continue to do those things. I will continue to raise my family of 6 children, create good quality human beings when they're done so that they can go to work and have jobs and be a part of this community and do that. So there's that. The other thing, though, is I've learned, my eyes have been opened to all the problems faced by our community during this. And I realize that I've in some ways been in my own shell, and I need to get out of it and to meet more people and to be in the community more often and get out into it and not expect them to come to me. And so I will continue to broaden my horizons through those type of things.
Thank you. Moving to Jessica, would you like the question to be repeated?
Sure.
If you are not elected, how will you continue to promote positive change?
Sure. So since being elected and taking this role, I've had to step away from a lot of the areas that I served the community. And so if I was going back and starting something new, I would probably rejoin a lot of those boards. I was a Girl Scout leader for a long, long time. I'm really active with the mountain bike team. My husband's a coach. My husband is the president of the Channel Cats. There's a lot of ways that we can continue to communicate or continue to volunteer with the community. But everything that I've learned about community resilience means that we need to come together and work together. And I have a lot of partners that I would be so happy to work with more regularly.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to our final question for the day. We have until 3 o'clock and some closing remarks as well. So I apologize if we didn't get to all of your questions. I attempted to ask at least one question that was written in each identifiable form of handwriting. So thank you all so much. Our final question, starting with Jessica, is, what have you done or are you doing or will you do to bridge the gap between tribal people and non-tribal people in your district and in Lake County?
So it's cultivating the relationships and going to the people and going to the big times and having friends and working together. And we've done that. And like I've mentioned with our climate projects, we have a lot going on. And the biomass utilization strategy that we're bringing to this county as the 6th pilot for the state is in partnership with Scotts Valley Tribe. And it's going to benefit agriculture and the farmers, because whenever you have a conversion, when you're taking out your trees and you need to put in a vineyard, that is all biomass. It needs to go somewhere. And this is going to be a saleable product. And we're going to have a local market here and a local industry. And that is going to be hand in hand with our tribal partners.
Thank you. Okay, moving to Boone. Would you like the question to be repeated?
No, ma'am. Thank you. I think the first step is don't go into it thinking you know what the tribes want from you or what you're going to get from them. So go into it with naivety. Ask, what can I do for you? What do I need to know that I don't know right now? What differences of opinions do we have on this? Explain to me where I'm wrong in my thinking. Change what I do or don't know about this. And to go to all the tribes, to sit down with them and ask for their opinions and what they would like to see done. I don't need to go to them with anything. They are incredibly smart and they've got their own boards and their own thoughts. What I need to do is learn from them and take that back to our board. And that's the best thing that I think I could do, is be an open conduit back and forth and not try to bring in my presupposed ideas on different things. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that will conclude our portion of questions today. I would like to give a big thank you to both of our candidates. And I would also like to thank all of our attendees. We hope that this event was educational and will aid in your voting decision for District 5 Supervisor. If you have any questions regarding our event, please contact Lake County Farm Bureau. Thank you and have a wonderful rest of your weekend.
And thank you, Rebecca. This is a long day for you. I really appreciate this.